no ɛyɛ fisam na fe yakɔ adwadie mu ne amano yɛde ɛnamunia TV so ɛma wɔ no na onia 95.1 FM so nhyiraba buadu ogyinamu dedende ɛwɔ hɔ no yɛ ɔde ɛbɛsomo afi Cassiel no obetimi akɔ yɛn online na watimi akɔ kenka bia onia online.com online portal ɛhɔ ɛne baabi yɛde nsɛm no eguo ya onya bi ɛkenkai okɔ Facebook no so abɛsearch onia TV live on Facebook na fe one like your page na share ɛde adwenkyerɛ ɛde ama ɛne akan na brɛ fatamo ɛde ama ya like page ne share for adwenkyerɛ ɛto aseɛ amae dɔhwere kakra ya edi animu no ensama hodo ya yaboa no ma samufo asɛmu a yɛde ɛbɛsomo no yɛhwɛ de edimu akotre bi Emrashe Bejomo Ehruso Finance Minister Elkomrashe Bejoma 2026 budget no Orebekwa Kotudwa me ahwede ewo mu Franchamia Enrade Kusia nam so ma Ghana mampanyin abedi akire Professor Gina na Opoko Ajima ede yakonsam ede amabusha for ma de share ahwere mu no Sabre National Anti-Illegal Committee ya one more eguswa eyomo edwano okopiemu awo anwi mansimo western of one more akwachi ni panso biom susu se one more eyamra mudwuma mfamra kwan so afi yedo ebeko na yako akwakopiemu na abetodwa kirem so kopiemu awo French man mu enso apanyi bi womo ache no ni nyina no esobo ahodo bia de abono ede efo kwan ofaso etoto ne nioma ho Esewe ene afofro na awiapram to bremu nsem da so no ene ensem tutwi yaboa no yede eba besom ne yawodan na afi yehwe na ensem ahodo no yenko emu ye from na jao opare Facebook ne so ne babia odo adwenkyere eba na fo like page no ahye de amaye yenko yensem no emu na ye be hyase de Afrigana mampanyi abedi akire Professor Gina na Opoko Ajiman na so ye ene wode krata de ababeto abonten ni nyina no ejina se enrade atrencham ya ekosie ewo Elwak Sports Stadium ni nyina no efa se Ghana ban edebetu edwa akire mu se wono ehwe se de be ya obetimi afa emrantie ene emaya awo yen security services numu na onomo aboa akwakohwe aye adwuma ma bibia timi akoso eti okopiema Ghana Forces for womo recruitment na omo eye no ewa kediba bia eba so Greater Accra de no na omkopiemu ehonmo a na achesom de dwumadie no ehhye so na no na eba betodwa akiremo esem enipa makomako ensia wonomo afamu ahwere womo enkwa dwumadie na ekoso no emu esanse nipa ekobo epeso no entianam so ma enwada kra Ghana mampanyi de na no ekiremo eho mampanfo ahoro dodo na ene wonomo ya yakasa ede afa ho a womo ekire se de be na bebo amanhwemu betimi akoso eno ana Professor Gina no Opoko Ajima o Ghana mampanyi abedi ekire ne krata mu nsam ne nsam a watintim de abeto abonten ene se wono so e batan eti so batan ehwe de ba edum pempenso a na emaye somde ababe piemo ofia beboa mabusia wono so sere abomanim na fe ebetodwa akire mu se wono ekopa bibi abedi ene mebeye den ene nam mene wono afamu ahwere wo nkwa na so bata bia no yam ebehye no ne so ebetu na enam so ama wakire se ayaro ya wono adehye ahwere wo enkwa no wono eyo akọ na afeso wo ahwese de be anhwemu a ese efata bia ese setimi ekoso oboa ama bibia timi eko enkan no wono atimi aye ne sawse ogidi se aban ebekoso aye ntotoya hodo bia ese efata bia ese se ekoso se de be ya sa trenchem no a enrade kosi ye no enya de se de bi ebesi ewo mamu biu Yatwaso na yakopiemu awo oman emrahye bedwamu na ene okọ piemu awo mrahye bedwamu a yehwe animu se sofo a ono na hwe oman sikasam ene ne ntotoye ensam so Dr. Forson obekọ na wakakopie mu ewo mrahye bedwom na okopie mu ewo hodoma ni nyina agina se Ghana enhyehyɛ ahodo ya yayo na yaje ede atumu ne ese wo enfempim mienu ane aduonu ensia kohomabosika aban ede ebebo ye no yenkorura mu ansa na wakenkan na mu no November busumienu mu no ane nia obekenkan se de be ya mrahye bidafo betimi abobo agye atumu kra ansa na yewura afefufuro mu ntia ne dai na aban esese ye no ne sede amamra ne mrahye bidwamo wono mo adwumadie eho ensamote no na kyese ene bre ya kyese bre beduru a womo ebetimi akọ na wono akọ kenkan esa eti emre ne hyehyɛ ahodo ya efi finance ministry aso ye nam de betu dwa no wono ekyerɛ sɛ mrahyebyafo no womo asetena mu ewo awia no mienum na obehwe na kyese watimi aboa ma sa finance minister no obekọ na wakọ kenkan sem nyina ede akyerɛnti obekọ na kyese nkomodidie dodo na anenia yedie kan ye behwe sɛ 2024 ana 25 no ye budget ne ho ntoto ye no dia performance no wo Ghana ye sika sem no na etesen na die bio na ye hwe animo Dr. Hayford ayerekwa ye economist ya cheso aba be kan ho wo ahoma no so ma ye no ebidi enkomara fe waboa ye ma yetimi ehunu sade emu ansam tie doc ma ye mo ahara fe ye na ase na awie
meje mo so exia atie fo nyina so e ma Ghana nyina so yakọ
That's papa na ese waje so doc eba say ya na de din kan ye hwe aban ni sika samon totoye ma enfiem yenu ene aduonunum 2025 yi sade okenkan budget o November 2024 no wada ma o hwe ne nsohye mu a wa fi ni performance no san na ohun no
yetenes nyedi kan ese ye de abasobode e ma ban enya bebre ho a okan ese afi obehwe na wotumi ahwe aye nia edimu akotene eye yen sikasem ene inflation obeka ya etwa mu na ye di after kwa wie 2024 no na dollar no eye 14.70 pesos na omoye samba omoye obribi and which so inflation now it was around 23%. Okay, so on the pushy ama inflation no about single digit by end of the year. Now now mu data Ghana Statistical Service by two Ghana just yet to me I had single digit inflation. I say yet to me a boy and when one basso pass on mine. Now teach you nipa ya de sa to me nasa one sunset one day anymore. Then the abasobode factor edemawo na maka na say wie no na ofa oman Ghana oman a boni beka say import dependent enti na ne say asetene say enema ye kra efi amahoro so edema ni ayen ye de ko amaloni enti wo fa invest no no te ni ye kra ba ene ni ye de ko na just say nya de kon edos chain nya de yakraba na edos chain nya de kon ti we are import dependent enti say wo exchange rate ebe fam a ema enyema so ebo na ebe fam enna our influence to some extent ama inflation so atumi drop significantly na mbomo no say abribia na de ebokoko say say utumi ema periphery eba wakasa ni opese usi ewo woman ene nia ye ya mama horo now what I'm trying to say is that there should be a balance between nia ye by way of our policies no if you say ukra niema na esan say exchange with other famunti no ama enima no boye foa nia tene say mahoro nipa omo producer niema no omoda ebe hia so be produce ne more enti obefa nipa obeja more taxes wo ho enti omode ne be comp obetumpon na wo de na ewo oman mu na omo nso produce no esan se cost of production ewo ha ne wo soro nti no omo production na ewo ye wo Ghana ha no ebo na kosoro ebo no kosoro nso a mene wo ye kodwa so a ye pania ne bo no ewo fo enti ma yen industries and now say local businesses startups no enye competitive eba ne saa won to me expand won fa nipa enti ema insunsuanso bi nso to me ba eni ti abibia na ese aban etimi hwese or balance saa two sides yi so na be ya enkotilt more to one side against the other. Eni ye ade bia mese kwan se aban ade ba ko nso 2025 even though ya boy homodin se o mine no ya bo homodin bebre yen sikasem revenue mobilization se sika ye betumi ajeje afi ankwankwa enuma horo na ye de abofo ye ho akoma so mine no ye tosin ewo mu GR for target ye de ma wo no mo antumi amiti as at the third quarter enu ntino ye ba bia ho nso se ye ma ye ni kon na obekai a yeyi etoa horo bi a aban so se nuisance tax we ye free ho enti we ye free ho a na sai sika no ahwere se aban tumi enka ohwe ba bia e benya sai sika no free or the to be buy but still no and to me make it up for the projected revenues that overview of the 2025 budget that is how I see it.
Right. That's pa. Said the 1 year you say we akwakoye budget etoso mienu the National Democratic Congress NDC amanyuku nti ne budget etoso mienu as 2026 budget I hear say finance minister ebeba no niama ben na wo say as economists no o hwe ni mu say say o capture won ne budget ni mu financial policies are or the beba for 2026.
The ship kind pass a buying bet saying, okay, a few tremuno or my CSA and acquiring would do our friend of audio upon of big push. Now, Mr. Quines are buying bet to me at to being said, sa big pushy, sa near woman ABI. If you're found go echo highway a priority internet yadisika fair echo ship any number one. Number two, a buying so ada ne 24-hour economy policy no eti. Na what share the policy na modern dino more detailed abua ama the clarity be ebaye if you say prior to election na just obi e ka 24-hour economy ne ya ebeye. Na no policy na buy the buy no ama ye hu baby aban any swade hunu epese yehwe na so far no bia dwumadie no koso ye na ye nim epese mehu exactly policy aban de ba na watumi ahye kena aboa ma atumi a start and here another thing na make say aban ebeka ho asem another thing na make kwan say metumi ehu what sana photo for Minister for Finance bet saying kwan be fa so a obetumi improve your revenue mobilization.
Okay.
Ho etnya ye pa e say en na bet say ne aban pa say oye no ampa obetumi aye. Ma ne kwakra no me say obet say teach you enema odi to kwan mu apua local industries. Senya be ya senya ye ni abra ye bo mo say massive no high stable no. Kwan ben so ne yefa aboa local businesses na collapse as a result of that policy intervention no.
Right.
Because Bank of Ghana investing a lot of dollars into the economy. But I would want to see how the minister would do to support the local industry so they can remain competitive and be in business.
Right. Doc, you better see you na yebesa ba hobium ene de yabra budget na ebeba so na afia no aye pensempense mu akwachire ya da so pa. Right. Eti Dr. Hayford ayerukwa no aye economist na ye no atwetwe enkomo ya ye bisa no nioma hodo a ohusa ban eye no won budget a wode ebaye awo 2025 ene afi ni a ohwe ni mu se ebeba ebekoso na bra discussions na ekoso ho no ye de atwase ye to akase no so na sede panyine eka no ye sede ebo mpentere kwa eba no na dom nyina no ehwese wo mu bekwa kohyia hunu adekode a ewo mu bie ne a eba nti ene budget no efa Ghana ni bia ho na Ghana for do na nso sisi aye beka sikasam akuntabuo ene sede yen sikasam ni akomwabo ebekwa efobia ho nti Ghana for do na nso ekiro no mo adwene ede afa ho na yenko asantemantemu na adehye a wɔn mo ɛwɔ Kumase Asante Mantam no wɔn mo adwenkyerɛ ɛde ɛfa nia wɔn mo hwɛ nim sɛ Dr. Atoba Forson ane ɛsɛ de ɛba ne budget statement ni mu
Fimpinu ani aduonu ensia kwa homasika yɛhwɛ ne mu asɛ ne ɛyɛ Ghana yɛsɛ na hene kwa akɔpie mu ɔman ma hyebedwafie de ato adwa botaya enina ne sɛ yɛhwɛ sɛ ɔman yi sikasɛm ebetumi asafa ne ntoma pɛfra ɛmfa ho ne IMF nhyehyɛ ahodo yɛti ɛhyɛ aseɛ ebiom nso so no sɛ yɛde enuma ɛba na afei yɛatrɛ ɛba yankasa yi local production ho ɛnsɛnsɛm mu yɛhwɛ sɛ inflation ho nsɛm so ebekɔye afei nso social welfare ɛnso ebetumi ɛgyina brane na bibia akɔbɔkɔde ama ɔman Ghana Wonua Cassiel yɛte yɛn gu mmɔnten wɔ Asante Mantam mu ama amanfoɔ dɔm adwene sei ɛna tu dwa.
Dem expect ɛne sɛ yɛwɔ ato Forson. I'm said we see amadora neighbor form nka ɛnkɔ so pii na ɛnkɔ so mrafo. Sɛ de bɛyɛ kan sɛ yɛduane ɛne nneɛma yɛkɔ krɛfɛ butia na amano neba. Ɛso betumi ate bi ama yɛ. Sɛ ɔbɛ last year mu sɛ ya. Ɛne last year sɛ kim sɛ na nneɛma board pa ko kuruma akɔtɔ mmoa. Kim sɛ na board the mobile the name for 100 cities and 1.2 but now it means 65 cities 70 cities to me say best say so one person money no $1 number for my
yet see near many now so is some yat so yet yamaso but I'm on almost the body about nobody I want to see it may have 2 and 1 you tell me your man was the body of tears here to another board who are cotton about to be fine for tears rabbi or more now man of this year One year from my yes, yet to my yato. I said, you have anything beyond a water.
I bear you a phone in a Omufena Yaketiano. Omupejem is a Omupejemwa. You and my work a drum with Yako pension. Omutu Omakatio and Yaka ye pensioners.
If you have a bino, any of your phone or fruit, no moon senior Africa Cramata. A year about president, whatever about the 7 million, 6 million. What do you think? South Carolina, one more and I swear I am to me just extend anything.
Monsanse we mu nyina no obi a hwe ne mu se ene ahomasika ye de ebebo mfimpinu ne aduonu ensia ho ebra no ombetumi ahwe ne ne covid levy ne de keka ho nyina no ma hwese betumi afiri masabre de obi a atena so epede ne Cassiel doctor epede ne yesana hene ba bechuchu mu de atudwa.
Yeah, from Tobre Cassiel, yeah, that's what is 73. Sabre, yan Cassiel Bondodo na no enya finance minister ever call parliament and then somebody ever to dano and no and any ankomodie ne yan Cassiel no ejina so titwi. Sabre, ya call Ghana harma ikuba kwa One so eba edwadie ho ensamo aya na wamudi akotene pa ewo mo no eye guta ekuo no ane afenso second hand dealers association echi yenkomo aso na ye ne Edward Atobra yo no eye deputy treasurer edema guta na afenso oko second hand dealers association ni mu so general secretary de ema ono ye no entwetwe komo na fe ye hwe de omo so ehwe animo Atobra ma ye mo aharafe ye na ase onua TV so na ye mbisa se yaba guta ene mo a moton obi beka so broni wawu awo kantamanto ne Ghana hanma die ene ne amohwe kwan ade efa finance minister ne budget presentation abekoso parliament no
no we the mention a good forum and share guta members na Ghana youth leading association members na meya obia action na asano no na ba baya ba so ewo dollar ene forest na aba form no amotini stabilizing for some time na ba ba to say onko so na ontimi na dollar no onyina da de jina na emwadwadi the person you ade ba kwa me expect na say guta any jodi fu na expect actually aba on say VAT na yotiano that omo promise we say omo ba omo me flat rate system. If you are hearing the finance minister, here at the parliament, you know, but you can't want to know what you never said, almost a bonnet paper. The toss would be interesting to say a bubble about Basso. Say, how much modified taxes and the about or more engagement. I think idea that's my passion. When we say about another finance minister, I should go to parliament. Let me, you're not tax net, no. awide na gadi media to appear tax because to buy gadi ma ebi try VAT ebi ncha VAT asara na the municipality buy marketing I think modified tax system na ba adabwa ama parity about system we are to be so na say ade expecting say aban ento tax one tax to be answer ma na obe maintaining staff na wana na say tax bi on ma obe ye free okona etina bo gadi.
All right. Okay. Pa nti dodo na say adwadufo na ya de mo e kan say dollar ne dey stable mo eye emamo na so ya na de mo e kan say nya de say munya bie ho aye na enu mu nso no say adwadufo no yenim say no na mudidi mudwa de na mo be pese aban na as finance minister policies be and on the Bank of Ghana ebe ya e ma dollar no ho nkoye na bibia mo pe bibia mbenya bie.
No, I'm not na the tennis say get the new akasifo any one control me say Bank of Ghana the dollar go market ni ma yo omo $1 no asa na ya control ni lebinko nti aban share na Bank of Ghana share say dollar ni be chamana so bia so na akasifo no emene ni nyina na control ni enye di ento na on na banks ni nyina nti na dollar say the be out bank ubetimenya access to dollar na watchinga ya transfer no transactions na
right
abwa.
Okay. Tarani ya influence na bra presentation e course na wesa ba maso ya bi na ya no abeto aso ya da sepa. Right. Redwood Atobra ye secretary de Emma Second Hand Dealers Association one more one more tobro ni wo memo one more ni omo hwe ni mo and ni aboboso sanso guitar member and ya no atwetwe enkomo no sabre yekopie mo ewo apuemantemu yen sentweni van nuke and so ene adeshe dodo na omo ye edwadifo ema atwetwe enkomo ebisa one mo nso de omo ahwe ni se dwadifo se ene finance minister eco parliament ya nsemo a obeka ebe nhye pa ya ba no ede eto no ebebo ase de be ya adwadifo ho betimi anha wo mo adwadie mu
ya kwa no na be su boso si ya kwa no nye chama ye to tai pressure cars ya ntebia na tai no asai chama da fo no complain e ya kwa no ana so pass one so no akwa se nyama no mo kra begu o store no oma akra mayati se ya dia o makra dada abegu store until this new fell esabansa na oma ede omo so mo se omo tete omo so pass no so ya besre bana misa no se omo so pass no so mra fom
ya pesa ya trifi o mampani ni mpanimfo anani se budget na ya onju ejadifo ho sese no omo se ya tete ni omaso na so ni oma na ya tete so no ye hu she so agbaje se o da mo da public no so nti no ya se oma ya tete ya ewie ma adwede na nso emegu ye botomu ye market ya je ya ba market a ya nto she oma ni oma mbra from
ya mehwe anim se obeka won budget nu say person live with disabilities no ode ya ho nsam so ebehim na common fund na aban etwama ye no obehye MMDC say be use no at the appropriate time because ye the application be bring eco officer if was say common fund buy
Ewia prem tobre Cassiel ene nia wani eguso ya wo hwe wunia TV so na ye ka wo se nioma ahodo ya ubitimi abedwane o Facebook no so no oba na afe wode wani ebra na Facebook no otimi abe like ye page no a shared wadwenkyere ede amai se de be ya ye be kenka no ebra fotamu de amansem titru ne die da Cassiel so onua TV ene ba bia wo hwe na eguso de Cassiel no emawa na achese ne de esomo dodo na no de Ghana for dodo na eka ane de ye ni ehwe kwan esa hodo adwadifo ane timamfo de omo epe ahwe ne ne ompe so omo etie de efa okwan a finance minister ne nsam a wode ebetu dwa de afa yensikasam ho akuntabuo ene afenso yakomabo esika ema mfimpimieno ene aduno ensia no eno dodo na ane ne ade ema na yekopiemu awfifiri mantamu nso atwifo atimokwa mansin crash yura Isaac Yosin ana ono so de atwedwa atrese uba mansi no emu a wono so ne gina se mampanyi de ema oman no na enioma huru bebre ho na se policies aban ede eba ya na timamufo no ehu behia se opanyi a ono ne si aban na mu no wono so ebekofom na wone ne manfo no akotwetwe nkobo no akogye omo adwenkyere na se datvia no empayfo epebibi ede afio mo ho na simpo omo from se yeba meeting no no so ne manfo de omo epani de omo nim no na watimi akwakoda no adie ede akyerempanyfo ntia ne wono so ati esi fom ekọ edwam ane edwamufo ema ne timamufo a wono mo ewo atwifo atimokwa ewo mfifiri mantemu ekotwetwe enkomo abiso mo se dien na wono mo ehwe animu ese finance minister ode eba budget ni mo ebeboa ama bibia timi akọ enkan
Kachi ye chumu sana na montia otu ade akọ adwuma hodo ne beboa ye pa amene wa mampanyini watumi ate wa hawa hodo ne dwadefo tichu FM ewo man Ghana hasen
de dwadefo dodo na hwehwe fi aban nkyere se ye bekoso na eniema ne boa ye den akofom ti budget ye be de ye beti asamde ye beti se sila no dollar ne bekom ye beti se sila no eniema boa ekoso ye den bafom ye beti se twupra so Kekos road omampani edenens ade ka abane de sabaka praso Kosu road edenens sabaka praso Dunkwa road praso ewisem ene ateku ekwan no so akontata busu a oyo
Edwadefo a omo ewo twufu praso edwadada no mu so je bread omo nsama hodo sei etu dwa
Shota efam ye fotofoto ye ntumi nya baby enfa ye jamanes na ye dwa ye nso Ganu so ahanu ye nya bebe ndinso nchaya mo hwe mai
ye nema prices ne be kofom ka enema no se ne bo ne de tie bia ne etumi ato amo bi nso ba na se ne bo fom a wetumi ato e ne nso de difo na bo ye ka
onshikala ye bla papa wa ye ta wole ye bla ye ba ha ti wa nya bete ya tache nsueto ebufa ye nyina toilet nsue nyina na hwe tie pa mo cho o me gota ne maye efe su tie wi na si ye
Rajiti ye fi ho na fe ye fi ne enkyeremo abono mantam ne mu na ye ne enseptwe ne Richard Adumanu enkotwetwe enkomo na fe ye hwese hofo no so de na wono mo eka Richard Adumanu ye mo ahara fe to asoma ye ne ye bepiemu abono mantam a de no manfo dodo na de eto anim de afa enyomo mo hwe anim se ne foto samso afo beka ewo ne akoma bosika ma mfiempimienu ene aduonu nsia anim
yeah ye ba mani e promansema efa ene ewieten a Ghana nyina ye ten ye papa na se opani atofo ye finance minister odi akomatika afia eba ehun hye betudwa na ye kese de odru promansema propon brekum ye promansan ku ponkinfi e famantan na brekum na da ko nu nkoni na finfi ye dru ha na ye be busa omanfo wa ha ahwe omonso adwenkyere ni no mo kan ya fa on se de ewe be empenifo be kasa akomasika ho nkomo na obeduru ha dedifo e wa ha onne ton papa ton tawe bola ho nkomo nyina ni nyima ni afa ho nsem edimi so mo nsem kan tivinia onwe tv suni ewe yato ha na odua tv so de na o kan budget a empenifo be ken kan ne asembe ne so anu apese empenifo tin ni de na o ka fa ho me da kaka mbeza me kudi yesen aso me de apia akwasi apia kaka mbeza be kan se dollar ide ai budget ide o ma ya na freeze nzo abana ya de abomodi ama dollar na bafom abafom wo bank ne nkrata aso de bata kase kurumu ye be hu se amba dollar na bafom wo ne ma ega ye di ne ma ye ton ye dika mbeza me kan wa se me ye Ghana ye dia ye nua ne ye Ewa emo anwa atire da ne ma ne bo akosoro no ye ka me hwe ne se ka budget ya ban yin ka bia obe ho se ewo district capital bia sisi am obri kum ide ka bri kum de ni hia me hwe se ka ban be time ho se bi obri kum ha
Nanka Bana Gata Akra Mo, a teacher, and what is some Edia Begum. Did I buy the Begumwa? Sometimes a more bag gave you on Motono, 6 million. I buy Nangata would say, the JB 4.5. Nipadona beto abandi enu de basa mo de won chen no mo ton 6 million wa na beto de so force because that ba won timi go kanjo bi say $8 nte mo no de 6 million ba na je e bia 5 million na say 5.5 because the papa de niama won timi hye no because obetima hye na ma na ba form de ade say wo dia no what so e wo form and sana aban no and sana aban na timi ate e mo no price na timi ade aba form. They say they become a no, and a two. A fire quine, great budget, they are quining near money now. A quine is all my yen. It is empty to buy or what try say, or may a gun up, or me, but the red cow boy or 2 gun up for Nenano. Then come boys can Milano or the call, a Iba, raging back one. And on me as all the year what you want. Come give us a raging back with them, because I will meet me what you mean in Ama. If you are finding in a year, come on. Would you the camera and a man here to a baby? On the mat, a regional minister to Swaba. Who are the car, Uber, the Dicano. Nanka the contractors in our course our regional. Nanka what start the whole development. No. Nanka yen Chemuyan Fabin call the whole guy applying with fish cancer or so we with fish cancer. Yeah, it's the 4 84 budget boss. Edika Casadia Nauka, every year betting in budget for next year at 2020. Then our body mamma, the office of Kabia.
You know, the good matter chamber. Everyone say, Abano, or now, no answer so much, you man Abaman, because this is sister and Yaman of war from Kakran, she's anywhere they talk. The no answer of a man, so you man Abba, now be a Lebia.
In the area, I don't know wedding commodity. Almost a sister, Abane Bonham Modin, Sicano, and as I said, Bamman for Botum Cafe, now a month for John Wood, you bump at my baby, then Yabade, if that air cost no month for Sicoma me up at enough in Newman, Mabuno, to Donna Benya, and Numa Aye, a whole Encomo. You today, I don't know how, and so open on the Casa, General. Kakakasha, Unia TV. Aha, now I moved any time, so more soon, so Mutina, and so. Kaka, a month for 1 month, my H100 at the budget for me. I will be tired, not at the end.
Mianase, and some general Richard Adu Menum, or no, a Siana more Albuno, Manta Munti, a Hofonso, or more Ensusie, Nia, or more a pay, say, so for no, a Sika Samson or a kind of boa, ama Ghana, ebitimi a tumpona, a court, Nenim. But you go so here, we should hear TV. Na, a din yada, yen Cassiel so, and 73 me council kusisa don ko ebebo no sama hodo ya ekoso ewo mamu ni aboa no ye de esoma mutitire pa no ya ne edimo akotene yese Dr. Atoba Forson mrahye bedwam a woko na ode Ghana kohomabosika ema mfiempimienu ene aduonu ensia ebeko akotudwa na honkomodie ene nia yeguso ya de esomo na yenko adwuaifo enkabonko ba ko a the Forson Trade Union Congress for one more asye na ekopiemu ewo one more asye ya one more so akasa se adwuaifo oba one more asetremu ewo Ghana ha nioma bebre ha dwene papa ba nioma bebre etochema ewo adwuaifo asetremu ebi eyom dada katua ya yede ema one more ene afenso masetremu mpo ene babi adi eti eto ene afenso komo adwuma ho abambo ehonsam sede esese ko emom na ha dwene pa ti one more hwanimu se ene ya fotosamso afo ekomra hyebedwam no na komabọ manfimpimienu ene adwenu nsia no nia ode ebema adwuaifo no ebe de ebe fatapa na ebetime akona ni maboa ma adwuaifo nso ewo mamu omo ekomu ebetime aheha won mo.
Deputy Secretary General Adimati C. Ekuno Dr. Kobranyako Otu wore atwedwa achimo ese ehun behia pa se aban ebema nani akọ enyuma hodo ya obibiebie ho se de beya enipa dodo ya wonmo ewo manmu omuni adwumaye no wonmo ebehwe na yetimi ateso.
There are recruitments for teachers, for nurses, and today we have seen what happened at Airwork, where because of the huge unemployment we have on our hands, these guys unfortunately have to crash to their death. It's an indication that the unemployment challenge is huge and getting bigger. by the day. So government must use the budget to attempt to address it.
Wasanso ade atwedwa atrese bre asose bitimi ayo bedwom nkyerɛkyerɛ bi ade ama ɔman ba okwan ya efaso pension ho enhyehyɛ.
Investment of the tier 2 is becoming a problem. So we think that government must use the budget to attempt to address some of these things. But ultimately, we are also calling on government to institute a national stakeholder dialogue on pensions so that collectively we can sit, talk about pensions and address all the challenges that we today find about pension.
General Secretary of the Teachers and Education Workers Union King James Azitoba na ononso ekasaye ewujumadi na se na ne de yawde ema finance minister ne so behwe na ebre yo chira okakinkan budget yi wonkofa eto fufuru bia emeto Ghana for eso.
And so we also expect the tax policies to be friendly to labor, to be friendly to the investors, to be friendly to the employers, so that they can expand their businesses. Special tax will be given to them to create jobs. And if that is done, I believe the reset will work and we'll all be happy.
When in Cassiel anode eto abayanim for kwampa obitimi afaso a obitimi abiebie nyuma ede ama emabun na wodum so enye bi aye ye hwe enemu se emfiempimi no ane aduno ensia no osofo ya ono na hwe oman sikasem ne ntoto yensem so bekomra hyebedwemo na ode aman ehyehye ma emfiempimi no aduno ensia komma bosika ebeko akoto omanfo enim.
Ya pramtobre Cassiel awo ni atiwe ne babia wani eguso ya ohwe babia edre ma yenyina ensemi so na yentwa ho kwaje aboafo kratso emrai ban sama aka akire nyina awo Cassiel mo no ebeto aso ma twensia.
Bebre nanso wan pemu bia me do watita tete na me ko hu ne wo pen anya na wo pen ye tete natural spices. Tete natural spices ayedru hwama ema aduane ede ayefri opo ade esa no akasa no e bi te se garlic akikedro rosemary hrentia na nutmeg na afa so pepper na mode afraye enchini nim esitre nim msg nim eti we de eye natural ankasa free mom me saka tete natural spices me ha me ho enyam nya aduane biom esanse ni nyina me akabu ayetiti natural spices wow hwese na me customers issue kwanya ma wonam mo wotun afri say ye wo garlic and ginger jollof rice stew curry powder and afa chicken and beef seasoning titi natural spices natural every ahwehwe wadi atomu se eye.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa, dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late?
Of course.
Everyone to hush, everyone to hush. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your God up boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the son of man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy,
Simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no chemi way. Yeah, man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm a baby.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment seminar? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hello, lovely people of Ghana. This is Kofi Intin, and I would like to invite you to the biggest throwback show of the year, which is happening at Bayview Village on the 21st of November. Make sure November. Yeah, let's meet and have fun there. I'll be performing live, and Samini Ufuramponsa will also show up. Come and let's enjoy ourselves together. Meeting in Senko.
Onia Throwback Party, Ebaso, 21st November 2025. Ewa Kwame Junction, Bayview Village, Wana.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Cassiel.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Cassiel. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash. Star 712 hash. Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Latepia cause she be luckiest. Me and you coffee be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no chemi way. Yeah, man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm a baby.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment seminar? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Yes, I am Aquaba Bionafe, Yanawas, as you are no, down near TV Nafe, Ocean 73 dear de Cassiel, so Premtobremoko Sisse, Donko, Ebebo, and the bread, yeah, de Cassiel, as someone, and nay, wouldn't say acquired that Stronko and da Fufro and no finance minister, Eco Parliament into the Macassiel, and one some no Aquacudina, and near Mahudwa, a far Acoma Bomba, and Film Pimino, and near a Juno, Ancient Samoa, yeah, finance minister, the Beco Aquacutujan, and only dear. Ghana for Dodona 10 ya so near ni ya de near the 80 na yahwɛ deɛ aban ɛka sɛ sika a wotwa ɛde atoɔ no mode abɔ yɛ akɔhoma afei nhyehyɛ ahodoɔ yɛ a wɔwɛ a ɛbɛboa ma adwumayɛfoɔ temamufoɔ securityfoɔ ɔmanfoɔ ankasa no yɛho ɛbɛtumi atɔ ma biribi atumi akɔ so nti obi atɛn naso obi afa no pen ne ne paper yɛ akyɛ sɛ deɛ ɛbɛtɔ fam bia nso no kae sɛ Onua TV nyadeɛ sɛ yɛbɛkum asuboa ɛne afei nso aniboa na emu no yɛbɛmu ahunu deɛ ɛkɔ so na mmarahyɛ bɛdwam.
It is rather item 11. It is rather item 11. Item 11.
Honorable members, at the commencement of public business, item 11 at page 3 of the order paper, chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, at conclave, we discussed how to handle this matter, and I'm going to stick to the agreement. That is what I'm going to enforce here. So the procedural motion has been moved. We now wait for a seconder. No seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. It's moved and seconded. I'll proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to the second motion, that is item Item 12 on the order paper is also at page 3 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that this House adopts the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th day of October 2025, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, communicated to Parliament the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, after complying with Standing Order 217, the committee met on the 10th day. The committee met on the 10th day of November 2025 to vet the nominee of the President. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader raised.
Yes, please, I cited the minority chief whip. He was on his feet. Yes, please.
Speaker, while the first deputy speaker is presenting the report, may I humbly suggest that you direct the table office to make enough copies of the report. Clearly, we don't have copies. I do not have a copy. No, but we need more we need hard copies. We have only one. Speaker, don't do that. We have only one copy. Speaker, so So, Speaker, we will need more copies.
Honorable members, the minority chief whip is right. Copies are not available, and so we need copies to be distributed to all members of the House. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We now have the report loaded on our console.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, members, I've just been informed that it's now been uploaded into your tablets, and so that's not my information. My information is that it's now, not yesterday. Now. That's what I've been told. Honorable members, please, may I give 5 minutes for members to go through the report, and then the chair of the committee will now present the report. 5 minutes.
So we're still coming to you live from the Chamber of Parliament, where proceeding is underway. Currently, there is a consideration of the nomination of Paul Bafuboni as the Chief Justice. The chairperson of the appointment committee started reading the report, as was laid yesterday on the floor. And there is a concern from the minority side that they did not have a copy of that report, which the chairperson of the appointment committee was reading. And so right now the Speaker of Parliament has given a maximum of 5 minutes for members to abreast themselves of the content or details of the report. And indeed, it is just a process, a journey to the approval of the nomination of Paul Bafuboni. Earlier, during the vetting itself, the minority had raised a concern, and over the period as well, they've sought to release a number of statements to register their displeasure at how things have happened over the period. In fact, there's been that anticipation up until now, what many expect to see from the minority side, and claims of a possible walkout after they have made their point. And indeed, even before today, there's been that debate about the manner in which the voting is going to be done, and whether the minority has or would have the right to even raise any concern concerning the voting, whether there should be a head count or whether there is not going to be a head count. In fact, when you check the standing orders, especially Standing Order 151, it clearly spells out how voting is done, how head count is done and all of that. And in which provision there is a clear provision there for members to call for head count, even if they did not have or did not take part in the action. And so all of those are some of the expectations or anticipation. Right now, you see the clerk to Parliament in a conversation with the minority leader, who, from what you see, is expressing some concerns. It is not clear as to what exactly that is or what they talk about. But it is expected that after the 5 minutes have elapsed and proceedings have resumed in earnest, the chairperson of the appointment committee would then proceed to read the report and then continue to make that recommendation for the approval of Justice Paul Bafuboni as the Chief Justice. And we cross over back to proceedings.
To the presence of visitors who who are at the public gallery. In particular, our students, your own sons and daughters from Beth Barra Academy. They are led by the proprietress of the academy by name Hannah Quay. And the academy is located in the Weja Bawe constituency. There are 36 in number. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to Parliament and to this very important session of also the presentation of the budget. Honorable members, please, your own sons and daughters will be judging you. I hope and pray that you will put up the best for them to emulate. Please, you are most welcome. You may resume your seats.
The approval process, per the indicators that we get, that they would seek to make their case. And you recall that yesterday the minority leader issued a 26-page statement in which he makes some strong case, citing the pending cases filed by Justice Tokono, which are at the respective courts, High Court and even the ECOWAS Court, and also seeks to reference earlier or past decisions made by some of the speakers, reference to Speaker Lajete, reference to the current First Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, in instances where there were issues pending determination at the court and their directive for Parliament to stay its hand off such cases. Let's cross over now that the chairman present the committee's report to the House.
The committee duly complied with Standing Order 217 and any other relevant law relating to the vetting of the Chief Justice. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised some issues. Right Honorable Speaker, all the issues raised by the minority leader have been dealt with by the committee in accordance with law. Right Honorable Speaker, at the conclusion of the preliminary issues raised by the minority leader, the minority staged a walkout and indicated that the minority caucus has rejected the nominee and that the minority caucus hereby votes en bloc to reject the nominee, though at that material moment the actual vetting had not commenced and we were not voting. Right Honorable Speaker, thereafter the committee proceeded to vet the nominee, the perceived by the President as reward. He provided answers to that. Questions like duration of presidential election petition, cost of litigation and access to justice, regional access to Court of Appeal, empaneling of judges at the Supreme Court, addressing backlog of cases and delays in justice delivery, judicial leadership, and managing dissent views. Cases involving remand prisoners and congestion in our prisons. Establishment of Court of Appeal for the 5 northern regions. Restoration of public confidence in the judiciary. Addressing perception of corruption on part of the judiciary. Reintroduction of electronic case management system. Appointment of judges and judicial independence. Curbing public suspicion of executive overreach in judicial appointment. Judicial reforms and institution of development. Propriety of proceedings with the vetting process. Case management and judicial administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, and I would read the recommendation and the conclusion of the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of recommendation, the committee recommends to the House, by majority decision, the approval of the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for the appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the new patriotic members of the committee, minority, indicated before the vetting that they have voted against the nominee. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, duly examined the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for appointment as Chief Justice. Upon careful deliberations, the committee knows that the nominee demonstrated outstanding competence a very deep knowledge of the law and a firm grasp of the judicial ethics. He addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting his capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land. The committee is satisfied that the nominee possesses the requisite qualification, judicial temperament, and commitment values expected of Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. In conclusion, all the members, again, all the members of New Patriotic Party minority were opposed and indicated from the onset before voting that they are voting against the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee, and subsequently walk out of the proceedings after the preliminary remark by the Honorable Minority Leader on behalf of the Minority Caucus. The committee therefore recommend to the House by majority decision the adoption of the report of the approval of Justice Paul Bafo Boni as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably read by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we had a public hearing which was scheduled and held on the 10th of November. The nominee Justice Paul Bafo Boni was present, and he responded to the questions that the members of the committee actually posed to him. Mr. Speaker, as Chairman rightly said, he demonstrated his deep knowledge of the law and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, his background, knowledge, and experience left us in no doubt that he is actually the right person for the job. Mr. Speaker, his exceptional vision of the judiciary and what he intends to do when this House approves his nomination was quite exceptional. As the chairman rightly said, I will urge this House to approve the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo Boni. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. At conclave this morning, we agreed that we will take 2 members from each side from the group that we refer to as backbenchers. So 2 backbenchers from each side of the House. They have submitted, your leaders have submitted the names to me, and I'll refer to them. Then the middle belts will have a member each, and the front bench, the ship will have a member each, and then the leaders will conclude. So we are having 5 from each side of the House. The backbenchers have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. The middle belt, 7 minutes. And then the ship, 10 minutes. And the leaders, 15 minutes each. This was the understanding at conclave. Since the motion was moved and seconded from the majority side, we will now listen to a backbencher from the minority, and there are 2 members presented as backbenchers. Honorable Anthony Imia and then Honorable Sami Awuku. So either Anthony Imia or Sami Awuku will start. 5 minutes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are going by the agreement, except to say that when we are sending the list to you, we proposed to take our list in a certain order, but it will still comply 5 each for the back bench, the middle bench, and then the ship and the leader. So, Mr. Speaker, if you check, Mr. Speaker, so if you check the list we gave, the ship we yielded to Honorable Animedu to start his 10 minutes for the ship allocation. He yielded to him, and then we have Honorable Tampuli for the middle, which is the 7 minutes, and then after him, our backbench 5-5. So that is how we would end our side. So we would plead with Mr. Speaker to go by the order that we wrote, but still complies with our agreement without any change.
Honorable members, I've been told that the order they want to contribute to the debate is to go by the numbers that they have presented to me, starting from 1 to 5. If I'm to go by that, 1 is Honorable Enyumedu Kwame entry, and I'm told he is to have 10 minutes. So, Honorable, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the report that is ably presented to the House by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Ehiafo. Amongst the things that the First Deputy Speaker had told Ghanaians are that the new patriotic party members on our side, before we could do or finish the vetting, had indicated, I chose my words correctly, before we could conclude. Before we could conclude the vetting, had indicated that we were going to vote en bloc. What the chairman refused to tell this House and Ghanaians are the reasons that we had adduced for voting against the nominee. We indicated at the committee that we're going to vote against the nominee. Mr. Speaker, among the other things that we have stated are that there are 7 separate proceedings at the various jurisdictions, inclusive of the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the ECOWAS Court. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a member of ECOWAS and a very serious member of ECOWAS. Under the ECOWAS, we have the ECOWAS Parliament, we have the ECOWAS Court, and Mr. Speaker, we must respect the court. What would happen if all these cases that are pending before the courts, they decide and they go against the government? Mr. Speaker, Attorney General, as at now, had not, in most of the cases, had not filed anything challenging the issues at stake. All we are saying is that, Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, we have the Chief Justice of the land, and if the seat is vacant, we must have someone to occupy the seat. It must be something that we should do with joy. It must be something that every Ghanaian must be interested. But Mr. Speaker, the very basis that is giving rise for the vacancy of this seat is challenged. The very basis is what we are saying, that it is pending at the various courts. So it has not arisen for us to challenge or to go through the vetting and vote for another member.
Honorable member, please, you may move to another issue. I have already pronounced on this matter. I won't go back. If you are dissatisfied with my pronunciation, my ruling on the matter, by our rules, you know what to do. You cannot come through the back door. Go through the front door and come properly to this house. You may move to another issue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I respect you and I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't challenge that. I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. Save that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging. I just wanted that is our view, and that is what I expected a chairman to inform the House and to Ghanaians. But I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we seek to tell Ghanaians is that the very person, Mr. Justice Bafubani, stands conflicted because the very person that is occupying a seat is sitting under a number of cases to determine the old Chief Justice whether it is right or wrong for the person to be seated. And that we say that he is conflicted.
Honorable member, please. You are a highly respected legal luminary. You were lecturing law at the university. You are now a member of parliament, and you carry a lot of respect. What you are submitting now is at the wrong forum. That is at the wrong forum. And so please, I will just advise that you move to another issue, because you know what to do. The issue you are raising, not here. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, I accept to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, on your left, would want to tell you and Ghanaians why we had indicated that we were voting en bloc. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to challenge. It has nothing to challenge your reasons. And Mr. Speaker, we have, this is the Parliament of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious
honorable member, please, I'm happy that you know that is Parliament of Ghana. And so, if you have a matter before the National House of Chiefs, you don't move to talk about your case before the National House of Chiefs at the meeting of the caucus of the youth. Please, that is a different forum. You know what to do. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, what I pursue to be my duty here, Mr. Speaker, is to edge it out to Ghanaians why we have taken a stand. Amongst the other things is that, Mr. Speaker, we see this practice. This is very serious. That the executive is controlling Parliament and Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive...
Honorable member.
The executive...
Honorable member. Please. The statement you just made is a very serious statement. As I sit here, please, there is no executive that can control me. I want to assure you.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I pray thee. Maybe I didn't make myself clearer. But what I mean, Mr. Speaker, is that, and Mr. Speaker, I think I need your protection.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, what I mean by what I've said.
Please, I'm in charge. I will allow the debate to flow within the remit of our rules, our practice, and our conventions. And in fact, I made that known at the meeting at the conclave. Your leaders are aware. But I must apply the rules. If not, my presence here is of no use to the whole country and to the practice of democracy. Please, so I'm very, very careful with what I do. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, the point I would want to make here is that there are three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, what's our side of the house?
Honorable members, please, I have taken note of all the interjections, and he has 10 minutes. So I'm looking at the 10 minutes, and I'm deducting all the interjections from his 10 minutes. So either you keep your cool, listen, and when it's your turn, you put across your own views, or we stay here till midnight. I will not take any minute from his 10 minutes. So please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst my 10 minutes, I may want to plead, Mr. Speaker, may I remind the House of Article 115 of the Constitution. And I read, Mr. Speaker, there shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. With the end of proceedings, just a reminder. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is that
you just read the provision. It says it shall not be questioned in any place out of Parliament or where? Court. We are in the house here. So here it can be questioned here.
Mr. Speaker, now that I am guided that when a parliamentarian is speaking, one can gag the person, I take note. Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, it will get to other people's
Don't mislead the public. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I need your protection.
Honorable member, I will protect you, but don't mislead the public. In any court or place out of parliament. So, as I preside here,
Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that, on our side, we believe that one arm of government is controlling and not.
The majority leader is on his feet. Please, what is the issue? The majority leader is on his feet. Please, what is the issue? I've taken note of your time, please. Yes. Your time, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders in Order 1, 2, 3 clearly prescribes in Order 1, 2, 3 clearly prescribes the content of a speech. And 1, 2, 3 2 says that a member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on a member or any other person, or impute improper motives, or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. Mr. Speaker, he has said that the executive, that is the president, essentially, when you say the executive, you are talking about the president. He has said that the president, the executive, is controlling the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, for a member to say on the floor that the president is controlling the judiciary, when the president has sworn an oath before this House to uphold and defend the Constitution, and the Constitution does not make provision for the president to control the judiciary. So when you stand in this House and say that the president is controlling the judiciary, you are clearly impugning the integrity of the president. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that the member is out of order, and you should direct, Mr. Speaker, that should be struck out of the records of this House.
Honorable members, the member has expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, the member Honorable members, just a few days ago, I talked about the clapping of hands. That is not part of the practice of this House. You can heckle your colleague, but don't use your hand and be clapping. It's not. Please, I identified the person who was doing that. But at least for today, you will be pardoned. I think he's in order, and he should continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you know, please, minority leader, may you kindly allow
Niknitu is here. All we are telling Niknitu is here. All we are telling him is to focus and abide by your direction. He's Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, he is a Catholic, I'm a Catholic, you are. I'm rather telling him to focus so that you don't have to come in again.
Please,
Mr. Speaker, I am
gallery behind them. I am facing the majority and facing the minority and facing the whole public gallery. I observe what is happening. Truly, Honorable Dominic Nitu kept on drawing his attention to go back my rulings and focus on his dissent. I watched that. I eavesdropped. That is true. Honorable Minority Leader, when you turn and you are talking to him, I don't only see you, but I also hear you. Please, honorable member, just go on with your submission.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Please, you are now left with 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that, and it's our belief, that this constitution, the very constitution that we are protecting and guarding against, is being breached because there was no prima facie case made against the former Chief Justice, and the matter still remains in court. Mr. Speaker, the matter still remains in court, and that had not been dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, other applications have been filed for certiorari. The decisions that have been made must be quashed. Again,
honorable members,
decisions,
please. No, you can't litigate that case before Parliament. You can't. This is not the forum for that. Please, if you go that way again, I'll apply the rules. You know the rules. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we also want Ghanaians to know, and I cited the primary facie case, and nobody knows it in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the reports that, and we are told that there were 3 petitions against the former Chief Justice, and we heard of 1. The report of the committee, Mr. Speaker, remains unpublished. We don't even know what went into that. And we believe that as Ghanaians, before we get to today, we must know the details of why there is vacancy in Ghana that we need to fill. All we are saying that this arm of government and the head of that arm of government, which is judiciary, Mr. Speaker, that seat is not vacant. And even if an attempt had been made to make it vacant, that attempt, Mr. Speaker, we cannot see through that. We think that is faulted, that is
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, we expected.
Honorable members, the honorable member has finished with his submission. The time is up, and honorable members, I direct that all what he said after my last ruling are expunged from the records. I have a number of times drawn his attention that this is not the forum for the litigation of those cases. What we are considering now is the appointment of a nominee. That nominee has been taken through the process of public hearing. You had the opportunity to appear before the committee and to put across all what you just alleged. You opted to boycott. It is now not for you to come through the back door and be making allegations. Hearsay evidence is not admissible here. Please, let's move on. We now will listen to, from the majority side, whether they also want me to go by the order that they've numbered, and therefore, from the majority side, they started with the back benches, and the first backbencher is Honorable Zuwera Ibrahima. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to look at the report of the Appointments Committee with regards to the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this preliminary statement that I actually had the very rare opportunity and privilege to sit through the entire vetting process on Monday. From beginning to end, Mr. Speaker, I was there. I saw everything that played out. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll leave issues of that day for another time. Today, we are looking at Justice Paul Bafuboni. And, Mr. Speaker, from very humble beginnings, born in Guaso, in today Ahafo region, Guaso, his lordship worked his way out and worked higher the ladder of leadership of this country. Mr. Speaker, his background any day is worth celebrating. And Mr. Speaker, as I sat in the vetting session and listened to my Lord Justice Paul Bafuboni, I was convinced that he was the best suited for the position at this time. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? My Lordship was nominated to the Supreme Court in January 2008. He spent 17 years at the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, even at home, we all have this adage that we say, experience is the best teacher. After 17 years, Justice Paul Bafuboni demonstrated at vetting that this country and the judicial system of this country is going into very safe hands. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I say this because as a woman, Mr. Speaker, and a champion of women leadership, I want to celebrate all the women chief justices that we've had. Yeah. We had Her Lordship Georgina Wood, who was appointed to the Supreme Court in 2002 and became Chief Justice in 2007. She reigned for 10 years, and we all saw the output of her work. Yes. It was not in question. Yes. Her capabilities were never in question. Mr. Speaker, we saw Her Lordship Sophia Akufu, who had spent 22 years at the Supreme Court before becoming a Chief Justice in 2017. Mr. Speaker, she exited the role with impeccable credentials. Mr. Speaker, again, let me say this to this House, and I want it on record. Again, I had the opportunity to be a member of the vetting committee, appointments committee that vetted Her Ladyship Tokono. Mr. Speaker, I recall I asked one question. I asked my Lordship, what are the attributes of a good Chief Justice? Give me 5 attributes. She gave 1. And she turned and asked me, what did you say again? Mr. Speaker, the Saturday after that vetting, a former member of this House, a learned member of this House, Honorable A.B.F. Husseini, was on Joy Newsfire discussing the vetting of Her Lord. And he said,
Honorable members, Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Minority Leader, please, honorable members, may we have your ears. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that, hello, Mr. Speaker, the mention of the former Chief Justice Tokono is not a subject under discussion at this point in time. If you look at the report, I think we are relating the report that has been submitted submitted before us.
She's attacking it.
And attacking the personality of Chief Justice is not something that we have to entertain. So I just call for the expansion of that part, attacking the former Chief Justice, to be expunged from the debate. Thank you very much.
Honorable, please, honorable members, please. I heard her say that as a woman, she was going to celebrate women that were Chief Justices, and started with Her Lordship Justice Georgina Wood, and said so many things about her. I practiced before her when she was High Court judge. Please, she was honorable members, please, I have to relate to this before I give my ruling. She was sharing her experience when she appeared at the Appointments Committee, and that she member speaking was a member of the Appointments Committee, and she asked her a question about the five attributes of a Chief Justice. And now she's going through what took place. So I was keenly listening to her to see whether she will pass the acid test of our rules. That is why I'm following her keenly. If she doesn't, I'll call her to order. Please, I'm listening. I will not allow her to say anything that is unparliamentary about the former Chief Justice. Please. Yes. Honorable member, you are left with 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to pick up from where I left off. So this is the experience with Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Tokono. To the extent that the former Member of Parliament, Honorable A.B.F. Hussein, had occasion to speak on Joy News File on the Saturday, and said that in his opinion, the most important question that was asked that day was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahim. And the Chief Justice nominee failed to answer that question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point in order that I can dovetail effectively into my next point. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr.
please.
Speaker,
please. Honorable member, as you rightly stated, that is the opinion of Honorable A.B.A. Hussein. As to the marks you are giving to her answer, it is not for you to be satisfied with her answer. Once you ask the question, even on the floor here, the answers that are given does not necessarily satisfy the people who ask the questions. You cannot use that as the basis to judge her on this particular situation when she is not in question. We are not here discussing the former Chief Justice. No. So if you are going to celebrate them, and let's move on. Please. Yes, Honorable Dominic Clinton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
Difficult. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The record has to be expunged.
Mr. Speaker, that tells us one thing. They are not listening to you because they have known that you called me.
Please go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank you. People who are not here to defend themselves, as Mr. Speaker has said, if you want to say adverse things about them, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead, as you have done, you protect them. So I want to say to you that, Mr. Speaker, as you want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I call on you to let them expunge that particular section so that it does not stay in their hands. The point she just made in trying to give marks to somebody who is not here, and even she is the subject of all that we are doing, they should expunge it. Because if there's anything, the record is that she has been our Chief Justice before. And she has cases in court. We don't know what will happen. So they should expunge that portion from the hands.
Honorable member, I'm trying to get which portion, because please, what I said was that she referred to the opinion expressed by ABA Hussein, showing that they were not satisfied with her performance. And I said that is his opinion. So is that why you are saying I should get expunged?
No, wait. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, the entire section she referred to the former the Chief Justice or Justice Tokono's vetting, where she says that she failed to answer questions. I think that we should expunge that. That's the point I'm making. We should expunge that from the records. Just as you admonish her that she should veer away from it, I'm going further to plead with you to let the Hansard expunge that section completely from the records. Because unless somebody reads your comments, if I'm reading the Hansard and I don't go further to read your comments, I will not know that you have told her to move away from it, and that is not good. I just want them to expunge that section. That's all that I'm saying. The section that goes to say that in her view she has failed those questions, she should expunge it. That's all I'm saying.
Honorable member, I want to hear you again, because if I had heard the use of the word fail, I would have definitely ruled her out of order. What did you say? What did you say?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question to the then nominee, asking her to give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice, and she mentioned 1. Thereafter, the Saturday after the vetting, Honorable ABA Husseini was on Joy News File program discussing the entire vetting process, and he indicated that he thought that the most important question that was asked at vetting was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahima, to the effect that the nominee should give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice. That is what I said. I never used the word fail. Hansard is my witness. They can go back and check. The word fail never came from me, Mr. Speaker. He said he was not. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I've listened to her, and so I'll proceed to direct that if she had earlier used the word fail, that portion be deleted from the official reports, particularly the word fail. Now, she has stated clearly she did not use it, but it's recorded. And so the official reports will go through all this. If they come across the use of the word fail and the words after it should be deleted from the official reports. Please, now you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and tying it all into my previous statements, Justice Bafo-Bonny made very strong statements at vetting. And one of the things he said that drives my enthusiasm today, and I quote, he said, "The Constitution of Ghana entrusts the Chief Justice with a dual responsibility to adjudicate cases with fairness and to safeguard the credibility and moral authority of justice itself." Mr. Speaker, it gives all of us comfort. I hope. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I watched Justice Bafo-Bonny. He spoke from his heart. This is a man who was ready to leave a job at the prison service so he could marry his sweetheart. And he was adverting with Mrs. Bafo-Bonny. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the character of the man.
Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable Anthony Emia. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I place on record that Gertrude Tokono, throughout her distinguished service as a judge and Chief Justice, had an impeccable record.
Sure.
Not just impeccable, my Lord, Mr. Speaker, sorry. It was also spotless. Unfortunately, we did not give her the chance to exhaust her full term as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive summary before me this afternoon makes capital out of Article 144 of the 1992 Constitution, which has given birth to this exercise and the said report. But in the view of the minority, the said article has been invoked prematurely. And I say so based on arguments advanced by my colleague, Honorable Anyimedu, citing the various cases. What is interesting about the said cases, Mr. Speaker, is that
Honorable member, don't fall into the same trap. That is not before us. and you know that these are matters pending in the court. So you have the right forum to go and ventilate your grievances and as much as possible vindicate yourself at that forum, not in Parliament. Let's proceed with the business before us. That's all.
I am very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will dwell on our own rules from our standing orders, particularly Orders 103F, 1231, 217 Rule 2, as well as 216 Rule 4, in further proceeding with my comment on the report. And with your kind permission, I would want to read the various orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 103F says, a motion shall not relate to a definite issue, and a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not F. Be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of the parties to the action. When you move on to 1231, 1231, which is under content of speech, says, a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way or may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interest of the parties in the action. The combined effect of the combined effect of Order 103F and 1231, with a greater of respect, is to prohibit reference to parliamentary proceedings that could prejudice cases before the court. But in this particular instance, that is exactly what has preceded events leading to today's report. I will not. I will not dwell from what.
Please, honorable members, don't tamper with the mic. You may go on.
Then again, if you move to Order 2172 and Order 2164, part of our own rules. And Mr. Speaker, again, I seek your permission to read Order 2172, which says the chairperson and ranking member and two other members of relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the President for appointment as Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. The 2164 stipulates that the clerk is responsible for arranging questions admitted by the Speaker to conform with the rota and to inform the ministers accordingly. From my understanding, the combined effect of 2164 and 2172 is that, one, there was no lawful vacancy that is flowing directly from 2172.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Please, your time is up, and we proceed to the next person. Honorable members, we will now listen to Honorable Muntaka Mohammed. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable members, the timing has been captured by the recordings. The instruments will give 5 minutes exactly. So when it gets to the 5 minutes, it will cut off automatically. That is what happened to the honorable member. And so I had to give him extra minutes. So please, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, Minister for Interior, take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a backbencher. Because I heard earlier Honorable Ayimbadu was given 10 minutes. And I thought, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the leadership agreed, but the most important thing is that ministers are equated to rankings and chairs. So I don't know if that timing could be relooked at. But other than that,
Honorable Member, you are actually not a backbencher, but you have been favored to speak instead of a backbencher. That should have been given to a backbencher. So I thought that you should have shown some gratitude to your leaders. If you think that you are oversized, then we'll get proper size for you next time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank you and the leadership for the opportunity to speak in place of a backbencher. But Mr. Speaker, my worry is about the conclusion of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the House is guided by rules. And all our rules, Mr. Speaker, because of timing, I want to state that if you take Order 217, it says that the committee's report will either be by consensus or by voting. Mr. Speaker, so far as all of us were concerned, there was no voting at the Appointments Committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, votings are done at the tail end of the matter, whether it's a motion, whether it's a question, whether it's whatever decision is taken at the tail end. And Mr. Speaker, as we all also know, because of the timing, the rules of the House says that whatever rules that play to the chamber equally plays at the committee level. And Mr. Speaker, like I'm debating now, I cannot speak now and tell you, Mr. Speaker, when it's time for voting, I'll be voting this way and therefore step out. No, it has to be, I have to be present and be voting, as in Article 104 of our Constitution and our Standing Orders 139. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee's conclusion should be that it is by consensus decision. It cannot be by majority decision. It was by consensus decision. But Mr. Speaker, and the most important thing, as Mr. Speaker, you may know because of your deep knowledge of this House and its rules, if we are at a committee to vote, until somebody raises quorum, quorum is assumed. If it's time for us to vote, and there's nobody to raise issue of whether we have our full membership or what have you, it is assumed. Mr. Speaker, when people walk out, their names will still be recorded as present. When you are going to record those who were present, their names will be recorded. But they cannot say, we are voting, but we are walking out. No. The time that they were saying they were voting was not time for voting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to consider this and amend the committee's report
to indicate that the decision was by consensus so that they do not take more of our time. Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the nominee, for me, I'm wondering why our colleagues are even doing what they are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear by Article 146 of the Constitution where the President is mandated, if there is petition, to remove a Chief Justice or otherwise, the proper procedure was followed to the end. And if you have a challenge to that, it is not on the floor of Parliament that you come and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if you look at his experience, you and I, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, were members of the Appointments Committee when we vetted him in 2008. I was a backbencher member of the Appointments Committee, and he's been there for 17 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his impeccable records, you will be wondering why has he not been Chief Justice long ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one person that has run his career through almost all the government. He got to the bench through President Rawlings, as indicated by even the committee's report. He got to the High Court through President Rawlings. Then, through President Kufuor, he went to the Appeals Court and the Supreme Court. And he's one of the very experienced persons that we have. If you look at his experience, if you look at the things that he's been able to do, even academically, and you wonder why he was not even made a Chief Justice earlier. But like we said, everybody marks his time. This is his time. This is the time for Justice Paul Bafuboni. And Mr. Speaker, we must support him and encourage him to be able to give out his best, as he himself had indicated in the record. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at the issue of the committee's conclusion, saying that it's by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is by... Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, very difficult to accede to your request because you now have to define what voting means. What do you mean by voting? Do you have to use a thumbprint? Can you use your mouth to vote? There are so many ways that you can determine somebody has voted. The report is very clear. It says after the minority leader made his submission, which was preliminary, it stated clearly and is quoted, the minority caucus hereby vote en bloc to reject the nominee. That is at the public hearing. And so, clear indication as to voting. Then, getting to the end of the report, the chairman captured it again, where he says in conclusion, all the members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the Chief Justice. That is what we have. And so I'm saying that then you have to define what you mean by vote. Has it got to be a physical indication either by thumb or pen, or could it be by word? And that one, we may have to look at it again. Then he concluded, the chairman, the committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision. He didn't tell us how the majority came by the decision. And it could be just the discussion there that they agreed that we support the nomination. That will be a decision, and that will be a way of voting. And so once they took that decision and adopted the report, we cannot question that they haven't been voting at the committee level. That is a challenge I have. And so I'll have difficulty in directing that the report of the committee be amended to capture the views that you've expressed. May we now go on to the next person, and that is the honorable member for Tampuli Alasan. Tampuli Hassan, your constituency is Gushegu. Gushegu. That is his name here. Yes,
Speaker,
please.
I'm sorry, but Speaker, with respect, I submitted the names from the minority, and as far as I can recollect, the next to speak is the Honorable Samuel Oku. Speaker, if you may indulge me. That is the list. No, that's the list.
Well, that is what I have here, but when your leader was speaking, he mentioned Tampuli before, but what you actually submitted to me, the third name is Sami Awuku, which is 5 minutes, but in his submission, he mentioned Tampuli first.
With respect, not to challenge the leader, but we will respectfully require of you that we go by the list. So we will...
So, Honorable Sami Awuku,
yes,
5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Appointment Committee's report on the President's nominee for the office of Chief Justice.
Are you contributing to it or you are commenting?
I'm contributing to it, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because the two are different. The two are different. If you are going to comment, I will take note of that. If you say you are going to contribute, then I take note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm contributing.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the First Deputy Speaker as he eloquently also touted the achievement of the President's nominee, including his diligence and competence. So, Speaker, this is a sharp departure from a previous position when Justice Bafuboni was nominated for the office of Supreme Court Judge under President Kufuor. The NDC vehemently opposed it anyway. Mr. Speaker, our position and that of the minority is not premised on personal grounds, but clearly on a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 1446 of the Constitution, it is clear that the judiciary currently is not leaderless. The acting Chief Justice enjoys the powers of exercising his discretion and also the administration of justice. So, Speaker, what may likely create some genuine crisis in the minds of people will be the invitation of Parliament in helping install a new Chief Justice and the court subsequently, if matters before it are resolved and goes the other way. So, Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 144 mandates the President, and the President's power to also nominate a Chief Justice is not impaired at all, and it's not challenged. The President has exercised that power by nominating Justice Bafuboni. Parliament's approval function, like all other constitutional powers, must also be exercised consistently with other constitutional provisions, Right Honorable Speaker, including the separation of powers, judicial independence, the sub judice rule, and also respect for pending processes. Right Honorable Speaker, Justice Paul Bafuboni has less than 2 years to retire. And we respectfully hold the view that this process must also not be rushed. And with all the benefits available to him and the powers available to him as acting Chief Justice, we believe the balance of convenience arguments really can hold sway here. And what is this balance of convenient argument here? If Justice Paul Bafuboni is approved by Parliament today, Right Honorable Speaker, and the ECOWAS Court or Supreme Court decides otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not give direction on how to deal with such matters under such circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable member, may you move from that and go to the next topic. You have other issues, go to that.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is our considered position, and we hold a view, and in complete fidelity to the law, that we believe that these processes, we can hold on with it and exhaust the processes. And it's on this basis that we join the House and also call on the House as well to reject the nominee. Thank you.
Honorable member, thank you so much. You are within your 5 minutes. It was just left with some seconds. Thank you so much for being timeous. We now go to the next person, and that is from the majority side, Honorable Dominic Ayine, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. You, Honorable Minister, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honorable members, he is not speaking as a backbencher. He is speaking as a middle bencher.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you said he is speaking as a middle bencher, but Mr. Speaker, with the agreement we have, middle benchers don't have 10 minutes. Then you have 7 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that unless he is speaking on behalf of the leadership, but if the Attorney General is speaking as a middle bencher, he has 7 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Honorable member, you are right. But what they submitted, I can see they cancelled the Honorable Eric Opoku 10 minutes, and they gave him 7, and rather gave Honorable Dominic Ayine 10 minutes. That's what I have here on the paper. So he is speaking for 10 minutes. Honorable Eric Opoku is giving 7 minutes. That's what they have done. Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in our case, we did indicate that the minority chief whip, that is the ship and the whip, slot was given to Honorable Anyimedu. That was the reason or the basis for his 10 minutes. So if it is the case that one of the leadership from the majority front bench is ceding his position or his allocation to the Attorney General, then they should indicate so. Rather than that, none of the speakers, apart from the leaders, have 10 minutes to speak. So they should put that on the record, so that it will not be the case that leadership will also speak and then...
I have put that on the record. They don't need to do that. So please, let's move on. You have 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana of the Honorable Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, I have a preliminary observation to make. As was rightly pointed out by the Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima, I also, the Honorable Member for Salaga South, I also sat through the entire vetting process and observed, sometimes with consternation, about the conduct that was exhibited at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enshrines the doctrine of the co-equality of the three branches of government.
the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The doctrine of co-equality means also implicitly that the principle of committee, and I'm talking about committee as in C-O-M-I-T-Y, must apply in the relationship amongst the three branches of government. What does committee mean? Committee, Mr. Speaker, simply means courtesy extended towards a person that you respect as a co-equal. Mr. Speaker, on that day...
Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to tell me...
I will speak within the 10 minutes,
Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Member, unless you want to tell me that the apology are rendered to the judiciary because of the conduct of some members at the Appointments Committee is not sufficient. Unless that's what you want to tell me, I think that you need to move away from where you are now to another issue. I have done that already on behalf of the whole House. And I did it sitting on this same chair, presiding over this House. So please, don't overstretch that issue again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought rightly that I was adding my voice to your powerful voice about how we conduct ourselves. So I take a cue from you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we have no doubt that the President of the Republic appointed the right person to the position of Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution, there are three main criteria for qualification as a Justice of the Superior Court. One is high moral character, proven integrity, and that the person should be not less than 15 years experience as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Paul Bafo-Boni, more than qualifies within the context of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He has been a Justice of the Supreme Court or a Justice of the Superior Court for more than 30 years, more than 3 decades. There has been no incident of questionable acts of integrity on his part. Indeed, prior to coming for a vetting, Mr. Speaker, the NIB, or the National Intelligence Bureau, or what we used to call BNI, did background checks on him, and the report came back with a clean bill of health. He is squeaky clean as far as his job as a Justice of the Superior Court is concerned. So there are no questions to be raised when it comes to meeting the constitutional criteria. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this country that our judiciary is at a crossroads, that public trust is fast declining when it comes to the performance of the judiciary. Various studies, empirical studies have shown that that is the case. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, you need an experienced hand to steer the affairs of the judiciary and take us out of that storm. And the right person at this moment in time is no other than the person who has served the judiciary with distinction for over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, when he answered the questions, you could see he did so with brilliance. You could see he did so from an experienced standpoint, somebody who knows the judiciary outside out, and he is a person who will steer us out of the troubles that we are now facing in terms of the institutional performance of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, what caught my eye as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on that day was when he was asked a question regarding how he was going to transform the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the minority will, do well to listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, he gave us 3 cardinal pillars on which he is going to transform the judiciary. He said he is going to introduce rules relating to procedural clarity and flexibility. Second, he is going to introduce efficiency in justice delivery. And third, accountability at all levels of judicial decision making. This is what we need at this point in time in our history. This is what we need for the judiciary to be independent and to perform and deliver justice to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pending suits, I am, or let me say my office is, a nominal defendant in all the suits. And I know better, looking at the Constitution and our standing orders, than to comment on pending suits before the courts of justice, whether it is the ECOWAS court or it is our own judiciary. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Ghanaians, our citizens who are listening to us, that nothing untoward, no untoward conduct has emanated from my office. And the minority, with all the experienced lawyers that they have, including but not limited to the Honorable Minority Leader himself, should know that if the Supreme Court comes out with its decision saying that the process of the removal of the Chief Justice was groundless, in other words, there was no ground, there were no, legal grounds for the removal. Mr. Speaker, no, listen to this, If orders are made, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has no option but to obey the orders of the court. In fact, if he does not obey, the Constitution says that that is a high crime.
Honorable Minister and Attorney General, this is an area that I've given a directive on. You have to move away from it and let's focus on the matter before the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader is on his feet, yes.
Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague, the learned Attorney General, made reference to me in his submissions. To the extent that I feel misquoted, I just want to take the opportunity to correct the fact on record. He contends that the minority, with all its lawyers, including me, have misconstrued the matters at the various courts, and goes on to make further submission that should there be any ruling in favor of the plaintiff, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, Mr. President would obey. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention and that of my colleagues is to the effect that the learned Attorney General's office, with the time given to file defense in the suit, has failed to do so. That was the argument of bad faith we raised, that in ECOWAS court there's a time, and if we really want to enrich our constitution and enrich democracy, that when a person appears before court, parties to the suit, however nominal, would make their views known. And Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, by making inference to my submission, again says that he is merely a nominal. But as nominal as he is the only party the Constitution provides as the one to file a defense. So it was his duty to take issues, traverse the matters, and Mr. Speaker, throughout the period, he did not. And it was the reason why we argued that, look, having failed to do that on time, you've created a certain lacuna. You created a certain situation that goes against the rights of the respected former Chief Justice. That was the contention. I was not raising any other thing, but rightly saying that if you had failed on time, especially when you were served with all the processes on time, look at the way the injunction application was speedily heard. The substantive matter was pending long before vacation.
Compelled to give him time because you refer to it, and it's not a matter as I directed earlier on, that is of concern to the motion that is before the House. So kindly move away from there and then make your submissions. I've taken note of the interjections, and you have enough time to make your submission. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a point of correction, and because we are a house of record, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important. The Honorable Minority Leader himself knows very well that the rules of court, CI 16, supplemented by CI 47, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, accords lawyers the opportunity to apply for extension to file their processes out of time. This is not something strange, and there is nothing sinister in what we have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, I wish to employ all of you, my colleagues in this House, that we approve the President's nominee because he is ably and eminently qualified in terms of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He is one of the most experienced justices of the Supreme Court that we have, and his experience is definitely needed at this point in time in our history in order to
Honorable Minister, you are timed out. Yes, may we go to the next speaker now, and that is Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes. Honorable member, please. I was trying to get the second deputy speaker. I just recollected he's on an assignment. So may you kindly give me just 5 minutes. I'll be back and then you make your submission. Sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Cassiel.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Cassiel. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hush.
712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
God, Kwame!
Send your God the boom. If you put it away, so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey.
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, a simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me way.
Yeah, man. Easy cry. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Productive infection.
Then I discovered Flora Kids baby diaper. Its maximum absorption keeps my little one dry. Maximum absorption keeps my little one dry all night, giving us peaceful, restful sleep. And the stretchy side tapes, they make sure it's comfy even when she's on the move. Thanks to Flora Kids baby diaper, our nights are calm and our mornings are full of giggles. Our nights are calm and our mornings are full of giggles. For bulk purchases, call Delta Paper Mill on 0243 033 033.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension, just to reintroduce that broke boy from Cassiel.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Throw from. Now tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, a simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me way. Yeah, man.
Easy cry. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt. Your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Stand up.
Hello, Ghana. It's time to celebrate 50 years of sports excellence. The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 50th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Saturday, November 15, 2025. Venue Accra International Conference Center. Time 6 p.m. Theme Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Guest of honor, Mr. Julius Deborah, Honorable Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. In attendance, Mr. Gianni Mello, President, Association of International Sports Press, AIPS. The prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Performing is Afro-pop and dancehall star Stoneboy. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends and honor the best to inspire the rest. For sponsorship, contact 050-701-7001. The 50th SWAG Awards, sponsored by GCB Bank, Gold Board, Tobinco, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Free Zones Authority, National Petroleum Authority, Omni Basic Bank, and Phoenix Insurance.
The Gynecare syrup aba. Gynecare eboa eyi afichikro emu haw ahodo te se afichikro a emayi de etutusi basabasa ene afichikro mu yaw ahodo ni nyina efiri hokra. Gynecare boa ema atenka akofem no sign
750. Ayi
Sa ejedin krato yi mu achi atum se eye.
Yes. Onya, a throwback party. Some say ban throwback there. Maybe bangers me one Zala 21st of November. Onya throwback party. My name is full band. The Jinemu. I will Bayview. So in Bayview.
And we have taken this principal position just to let you know that we do not have any issues. In fact, we don't just want to join issues with you, especially regarding the matter of Justice Paul Bafoboni. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this matter within the meaning, the principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, and Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, the rule of law, supremacy of the Constitution, equality before the law, is that when there are pending matters, it's important that I am allowed to finish the process before a decision will be taken that will prejudice my rights. And Mr. Speaker, we are not saying this because this is Justice Tokono, but this right must be available to every one of us and every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, fair legal procedures. Mr. Speaker, if I take a matter to court, I have every right to complete the matter before I'm told that my issue is foreclosed. Mr. Speaker, if matters are pending before courts and you leave the office, Mr. Speaker, Article 1446 provides situations where a justice of the Superior Court, including the Chief Justice, may lose office. Stated misbehavior, incompetence, and inability to perform the functions of the office. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that if we go ahead to confirm Justice Paul Bafoboni and he becomes the Chief Justice, and in the event that the pending cases terminate in her favor, what happens to that office? Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that there will be constitutional nuclear meltdown, and that is what we intend to avoid.
Honor to pen there, and you can vindicate those rights there. The judiciary cannot say that because Parliament is considering a bill that may have some effect on a matter before the judiciary, they'll have to hold on until we pass the bill before they proceed with the matter. They can't say that. The same, I'm just putting it in simple language, that once a matter is before the judiciary, they can't say because that matter is before the judiciary, Parliament is stopped from also performing its function of lawmaking, of oversight, of these approvals and the rest until they finish adjudicating the matter. So we have to go on with ours. And that is exactly what we have the opportunity to take the decision. The rest, you can proceed on after that, please. So let's move on to the matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold by me. Hold by me. Please, kindly give him 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what that provision provides for is that we are not looking at the Chief Justice capacity as a Justice of the Supreme Court, but as a head of the judiciary in terms of the human resource, planning, organizing, directing, control, and discipline of the judicial human resource, the judicial service staff, including even judges. Mr. Speaker, one would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice whether or not he will be transferring judges, whether or not if a justice of the Superior Court, conducts himself or in any way he will be taking action against the person, or whether or not any disciplinary action can be taken anybody as a judge or any staff of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker.
The 1 minute is over again. So, but honorable member, don't be worried about that, because even this constitution, when it was being drafted, it was said to be drafted by hairdressers. Now, when it was approved, the people who stated that the hairdressers were drafting constitution kept on applauding the good works of the hairdressers. So, and you have also done that today. It's just that politicians are a different breed of human beings. So, that is the challenge we have in the world. May we proceed to the next person, and this time from the majority side, and that is Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, you have seven minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, this House is witnessing inconsistency in its highest apogee. Inconsistency that has never been seen on the floor of this House, except today. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last year of Mr. President John Ajekun Kufuor, 2008, Justice Paul Bafuboni was elevated to the position of Supreme Court Justice. And the Appointments Committee's report was submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, that day, records of this House indicates that the minority we see today, they were in the majority. And they extol the virtues of this man right in this chamber. They describe him as competent. They describe him as competent, a man who has served this nation with dignity, an honest judge. In fact, they said a lot of good things about this man. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? What has changed? Today, the same person has been elevated, and now you are opposing his nomination. History will be the best judge. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Honorable Enyimadu spoke about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you recall that between 2003 and 2006, Justice Paul Bafuboni was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court. He was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court, a court established by President Kufuor, tried some cases, and after some years, declared unconstitutional in the history of our country. That was the period of executive manipulation of the judiciary. That was the period. And it happened under your watch. And today you have the courage to sit in the same chamber and talk about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, again, you are ruling on the matter, on this matter, is fortified by this report.
Honorable member, please, may we listen to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on order 122 to clarify a point. Mr. Speaker, we don't appoint to the Fast-Track High Court. We appoint to the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, that clarification would have to be clear. There's nothing like we appoint to the High Court and not the Fast-Track High Court. When you are appointed to the High Court, you are then assigned to a division of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, this is the point. You don't appoint to the High Court.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is in the report, page 8. Page 8 of the report. Listen. Page 8 of the report. He was elevated to the High Court in 2000, serving at Sunyane and Kumasi between 2000 and 2003, and later appointed justice to the Fast-Track High Court. Is it the report? So what's your problem? So, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the report exactly how it is captured in the report. Now, Mr. Speaker, you are ruling on the matter that while Parliament is discharging a lawful duty, no court action can stop that. Is fortified by this report. And it's interesting we raise this issue for Ghanaians to know. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27 of the report.
Honorable member, your leader is on his feet.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have been trying very hard to get members on this side to listen to opposing views. I urge our colleagues to also pay attention and listen so that we can expedite action on this matter. I'm just appealing to our colleagues on the other side.
Honorable members, please, we need to listen to each other. Honorable Doctor, he represented Parliament at our march against the judiciary. Among the 11, and he ran all over the field without touching the ball. And he was substituted. So I understand that. Honorable members, please, we only consider and give prior approval to nominees of the President to the Supreme Court. The High Court and the Court of Appeal don't come before the House for prior approval. Please, that is the state of affairs. The process that he went through, I was minority leader. Concerns were expressed, but this was not a matter that came before the House for his approval or otherwise. Not at all. Please, let's go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that reading page 27 of the report, under point 6.18, propriety of proceeding with the vetting process. Your committee has reported, and indeed they have cited two major cases, one involving a member of this House, Honorable Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General, and the report reads, to substantiate his position, the nominee cited relevant legal precedents, including Dufour versus Bank of Ghana and Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General, both of which affirm the principle that the existence of a legal challenge does not suspend constitutional processes in the absence of an explicit court injunction. Mr. Speaker, these two cases.
Honourable Member, I ruled on that, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on because our colleagues, when I raised the issue, that the same person, when he was brought here, they extolled his virtues. They said no, they are not opposed to his nomination, but they are talking about some legalities. And the basis of their argument is that there is a case that is to stop the proceedings of this House. And I'm reading this to fortify your ruling that they don't have basis. Their argument is baseless. They are only talking because they are in the minority and they want to be heard. Otherwise, they'll have no case at all to be even making noise in this House. The truth of the fact is that the man qualifies, he is competent. In fact, he is the first son from our region, Ahafo, to be elevated to this position. And the people of our region are solidly behind him. And so we urge our colleagues on the other side that you cannot oppose everything on this earth. You were here defending some few days ago. Now you are transformed.
Honourable members, we move on to the next person, and that is the last from the minority caucus, and the leader himself wants to take up that task. So I call on Osahene Afenyo-Markin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in making my contribution, I would want to, in addition to the report, rely on the certified copy of the verbatim report of proceedings that has been served on my good self by the clerk through the chairman. And for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to make same available to the table office for the record, because I'm going to rely on it. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall proceed to say that for the first time under the 1992 Constitution, a sitting Chief Justice has been removed pursuant to Article 146 of the Constitution. remain unpublished. 2, as we speak, the very report that recommended...
Honorable Member, I thought your reference to this matter was a matter before the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But what you are talking about is not before the House.
Mr. Speaker, then let me use the phrase well. Let me rephrase it for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that the matters giving rise for this motion to be taken are such that we, the minority, still believe that there are serious matters for the constitution of our republic. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because today we consider this nomination, and you have made it clear that our approval or otherwise does not bring a finality within the context of the rule of law, which I agree. I'm not contesting that. But it is our view, most respectfully, that one, the fact that the prima facie determination is not in the public space is of concern to us. 2, the fact that the recommendation, the report that gave rise for the final decision of His Excellency the President is also not in the public domain is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, we contend that for the purposes of transparent democracy, the era where the citizens require information, it should have been an instinctive, inherent decision to have released the report. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hold the view that this was no less a matter because it was dealing with an organ of government, of state, the judiciary. That is our contention. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, as I said, you are complaining about acts of another arm of government.
Mr. Speaker, I hope my time is being stopped.
Not Parliament. Not Parliament.
No.
And those matters are not before Parliament. And so I have consistently guided you and your colleagues to deal with the matter before Parliament. Continue with the others at the proper forum, not the floor of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are not litigating those matters in Parliament, but those matters gave rise to this, what is before us. So what I'm trying to do is to give a background to the very matter before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Opoku in his submission argues with some force that executive manipulation started in Kufuor era. I found it very rich. And he tries to use that to justify the concerns that we are raising to say that we are acting in double standard. No, Mr. Speaker, in President Kufuor's era, no Chief Justice was removed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member,
Mr. Speaker,
please. I don't want us to go beyond what is before us, because many of the things that you say, because many of you were not born early, you don't know, you don't have the information. And in fact, I have bought some books, and I'm going to distribute the books particularly to leaders, so that you read to see the perception that we have given to the people outside there. They are very senior, intelligent people who held high office of state, who have written some books about Ghana politics. I have the books. I bought plenty copies to distribute to you free to read. I believe that will change your approach to how you go about the business on this floor. The information that I have from experience in this house, if I disclose them, many of the things you say are incorrect. The presidents and former presidents, they know. You don't know. And they know that I know what I'm talking about. So please, confine yourselves to the matters before the House. Let's deal with that one.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the fact that there appears Justice Araba Isaba Tokunu, we in the minority are unable to support this nomination. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, in his submission, alluded to the fact that even when Parliament approves this nomination and the court determines otherwise, the executive would be bound to respect it. He was right in saying that when a court makes a pronouncement, the executive will be bound by it. But what he did not say is the conduct of his office in the handling of the very matter that he is saying when there is pronouncement, they would be bound by it. Mr. Speaker, he himself submitted that the rules of court allows for extension of time application to be made. The question we ask is that why didn't the Attorney General, considering the enormity of this matter, act with alacrity? Mr. Speaker, the question that begs for an answer is that for all these periods, if justice was really meant to be done, why didn't the Attorney General file a defense? He is now saying that we shouldn't worry, and that if there is any positive outcome, the president will be bound by it. But we are interested in the process. The minority in this house is interested in the process, and it is contending that his actions amount to bad faith and denying the respected
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I acknowledge that the minority is interested, and you are expressing your concerns, and those concerns have also been expressed at the right forum. But I say this is not the forum for that. The Attorney General's conduct of conducting proceedings in that court is not before the House. That at all is not. And so please, let's handle what is before us. Then at the appropriate forum, which you are doing, you continue with it. You can just refer that this is what you are doing, but don't go into the details.
Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, just place my time on ice for us to interrogate this preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, well, I will leave it to you, but I would want to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I was responding to the Attorney General. These are facts that he has made known to the House. So I was responding to his own argument. I was not saying anything new. It is what he said that I was referring to. But if you say I shouldn't delve deep into it.
I stopped him.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
I stopped him.
Very well.
And I said he should come back to the subject matter on the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that's
please.
Mr. Speaker, if it is so, I will not belabor. Mr. Speaker, today, our colleagues who vehemently opposed just 2 nominations to the Supreme Court. And when they had the opportunity, they brought 7. Their principled argument vanished into thin air. Today, Mr. Speaker, when our friends in the NDC argued against 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, when they had the opportunity, they brought 7 at a go. Today, the same people who opposed this nominee in 2008 are today saying that they are for his cause. Mr. Speaker, we leave everything to posterity. Every single thing that we are witnessing in this house is for posterity. But we believe as minority that in spite of all that is happening, which happenings is affecting the rights of a citizen, the best days of our country are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we would not belabor. We maintain our opposition to this nomination, and we reject same, and we are going to demand a secret ballot to reject this. We are going to demand a secret ballot to vote to let Hansard record our opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are members who have their own views and would want to exercise their right when there is secret ballot. We, the minority, are going to invoke that so that we take a secret ballot to register our dissent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't exhaust the 15 minutes. I will submit here to and then leave the matters to rest. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the last person to have a say on this matter is the majority leader. The minority leader actually used less than 15 minutes. So it's the majority leader who is now to end the debate, and he has 15 minutes to do so.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a very brief one. Very brief. In 2012, we had a national election for the presidency and for parliament. The election results were disputed. President Akufo-Addo was declared winner. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC petitioned President John Dramani Mahama was declared winner. Akufo-Addo petitioned the courts. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had another election, and President Akufo-Addo was declared winner, and John Dramani Mahama petitioned. The cases traveled before the Supreme Court, and finally the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, it was clear to every Ghanaian that in spite of the cases pending in the Supreme Court, we went ahead and swore in those declared by the Electoral Commission as having been validly elected. But the case went on, and in the case of the petition against John Dramani Mahama, it was in August 2013 that the Supreme Court handed a ruling. Mr. Speaker, when we put the question to the nominee as to what he thinks will happen if the previous Chief Justice's case turned out in her favor, he simply referred us to these two cases. If in a presidential petition, we are convinced that if the ruling goes against a sitting president, that person will vacate the seat so that the winner will take over. Why would we entertain doubt that if a Chief Justice who has left office gets a ruling in her favor, that the sitting Chief Justice will not give way so that the decision of the Supreme Court will be enforced? So the answer is simple. We have to proceed. And when the decisions of the courts come, and the implications are that what has happened should be reversed, the Chief Justice nominee said he is ready to give way, and whoever the courts declare in favor of will come and occupy the post of Chief Justice. So there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about the listing of cases was put to the nominee, and the nominee explained that he, as acting Chief Justice, is not responsible for listing cases. So if the minority's position was that some cases hadn't been listed, then that is a matter for the registry, because as an acting Chief Justice, the Chief Justice normally empanels the court when the registrar indicates that all the processes had been concluded, and then we had reached a stage where we would need to empanel a court. So he wasn't responsible for cases not listed. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot has been said already about the nominee, and I will not belabor the point, except to once again, lastly, register the point that in 2012, July 24th, 2012, Justice Theodora Wood was nominated, approved by this House, and appointed a Chief Justice. 2013, January, President John Evans Atta Mills, under the NDC, became president. He coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor under the NPP. Mr. Speaker, again, on 24th of July, 2012, when we lost the president, John Dramani Mahama took over as the president, and he coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor, an NPP president. What is my point? My point is simple, that the NDC under President Atta Mills and under the current president, John Dramani Mahama, has coexisted peacefully with a Chief Justice appointed by the NPP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that my colleagues have already argued and given reasons why we should approve the nomination to the post of Chief Justice, because essentially he qualifies under Article 1284 of the Constitution, has been a judge for 30 years, overly qualified, has been a Supreme Court judge for more than a decade and a half, and is now acting as the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, without saying more, I will just say that put the question and we will vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the committee's report, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Deputy Whip, Minority Deputy Whip on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Order 151. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic votes. Mr. Speaker, I invite you for us to do a head count on this, since our electronic votes is not working. Speaker, head count.
Honorable members, there's a challenge to my decision on the voice vote, and there's a call for us to take a head count. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me read Order 1513. Well, it says, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Whether. Mr. Speaker. Keep quiet. Whether. Mr. Speaker. There is no automatic right to a head count or electronic vote when somebody challenges the voice vote. There's no automatic right. It is for the Speaker to look at the chamber. Because where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. Where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. He sees the number constituting the NPP votes and sees the number constituting the NDC votes. And Mr. Speaker knows that the NPP micro-minority have already indicated they are voting against. The NDC supermajority has already indicated they are voting for. So when you look at the numbers in the chamber, it is so clear that it becomes unnecessary for a head count. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in you and your understanding of the rules. The rules say that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote, or whether not to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious and there's no need for you to call for a head count or an electronic vote. It is obvious that they have lost the vote. We've won the vote, and take a decision and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I have determined that there should be a head count. So we are going to do a head count. Head count. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
We are going to do a head count.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, those in favor of the motion, please rise up to be counted.
Mr. Speaker. There's a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 111. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 111.
Interesting development right here inside the Chamber of Parliament. Right now, what you see or are witnessing is a head count currently ongoing upon the demand of the minority that the Speaker allows this to properly determine the approval of the Chief Justice nominee. I have with me my colleague Komla Kluche, who has been doing parliamentary reporting for years and better understands all that goes into this. And so I would engage him briefly. Komla, what does all of this mean when we say we are doing a head count? What is the significance? What difference does it make?
What it means is that once the Speaker puts a question, okay, the Speaker is about to...
All right.
Be at your seats. Members are moving around.
Okay, so the Speaker is asking members of Parliament to stop moving around and remain at their designated seat or seating area to allow the head count to continue smoothly. But I'll go back to Komla Kluche for some insight into this process.
Believes that the yes or the NDC side does have it, but once he is challenged, once they come under the provisions or the rules of the House and he is challenged to it, he is bound to comply by the challenge. And so it is not a difficulty seeing what is going on now. But the issue is that the minority leader did indicate that they were going to come on a secret vote. That is where my challenge is. Now it appears that in the application, the deputy whip did come on the head count. If it had been a secret vote, which we saw, in fact, we saw them bringing the ballot boxes in, and that indicated or confirmed the position of the minority leader when he said that it was going to be a secret vote. And so for the deputy whip to come in and says that it should be head count, then it beats my imagination. But be that as it may, it is the kind of application you put before the Speaker that matters. I was not surprised the majority leader was trying to convince the Speaker by indicating that it is at the discretion of him. He is supposed to admit it or otherwise. Yeah. But the Speaker has already admitted it, and so exactly. I don't see the difficulty.
Exactly. And so right now, those who are against the motion are those on their feet, predominantly of the minority members who are also on their feet for the head count to happen in their case as well. But just as the majority leader had earlier indicated, everyone and even the Speaker from where he sits can easily see the numbers on his right and sees the numbers on his left. You cannot even say right or left because indeed looking at the current composition of the numbers, some members of the majority side are on the left side of the Speaker, and so left right wouldn't work exactly as it should be, but that indication is to the effect that those on the left, outright left of the Speaker, are those on the minority bench or the minority caucus who are currently on their feet to be counted. Let us also remind you that it is expected that right after this there should be the budget reading by the finance minister. Already I see that the deputy finance minister Thomas Yankwapim is in the chamber already. We've heard members on the minority side ask where is Ato, but we hope to see that also happens right after this one.
risen and the standard should be counted.
And Speaker makes it clear that whoever is on the feet must be counted. It presupposes that even if there is a member on the majority side who is on his or her feet, that person must be counted. That is a directive.
I mean, it's very, very unlikely that that's going to happen. Looking at how it plays out before this, I mean, there was a whip, a 3-line whip, and it's been right from day one. And so, for you on the side of the majority, the NDC side, to defy it has its own implications. But with the kind of system we operate, it is very difficult. I think apart from PC Appeal whose stance we had in the past regarding the sale of Ghana Telecom, then that was where it had happened.
All right, thank you. All right, so we go back to the floor now.
The ayes have 163. The noes 69. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I read. Order 1526 states that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge the head count, and I call for you to apply Order 1526 as stated in our orders for division, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member rose and quoted Order 1526, and I just heard him read, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I have not heard him challenge I did not hear him challenge the head count. I did not hear. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. You did. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge the. Mr. Speaker can give a ruling if you heard him challenge the.
Thank you very much.
The results of the head count. I did not hear him.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with you and draw your attention to Order 154, which states, and I read, despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise. In drawing your attention to this order, I plead that you exercise your authority as expected in that standing order, given that the numbers after the count speak for themselves, and the call for a division is an unnecessary request. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, it was under Order 1526, and that I challenge, and it reads that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I challenge the results from the head count and call for a division under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, even though the honourable member for Tamale North, Honourable Soyini, drawing your attention to Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154 is clear that despite Order 153, I haven't raised anything under Order 153. I am within Standing Order 1526, which is mandatory to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make my case. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I'm still waiting to hear your challenge.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not sufficient to say a challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make my earlier on, I tried to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I made this challenge because number one, Mr. Speaker, I did not believe that the number as presented to you from those who voted for the yes or the ayes were up to the number presented to you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I was drawing your attention to Article 111 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 111. The Vice President or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall not be accorded the privilege of all members of Parliament except entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, the time we were taking the vote, the Ashanti Regional Minister is seated there. He's still here. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Minister is still seated here. He has no right to vote. That's my basis for my challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Speaker, Order 153 and Order 152 and Order 154 must all be read together. Because Order 154 says that despite Order 153, the Speaker, if in the opinion of the Speaker, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, a decision has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 153, it deals with division and says the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be declared in the case of a division. The division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority, minority, or independent caucuses to appoint 2 tellers each to observe the division process. After a lapse of 5 minutes, the Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. So 153 deals with the procedure for division. Is that okay? And 154 says that in spite of the fact that there is a procedure for division, Speaker can also say that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. That's 154. And if the Speaker takes a position that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, the procedure is that he would ask one side only to rise up and be counted, just one side. He can say that because you are not many and you are just 69, it is easier to count you. So you should rise up and then he will count you. When he counts you, he can direct and declare the decision of the House. That is what 154 says. That's what 154 says. So I therefore call on Mr. Speaker to rule that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, and on the basis of a ruling that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, to proceed to count one side and then declare the decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Minority Leader, yes.
I think I mentioned it to you before. Speaker, with respect, the Honourable Member for Tolon invoked Order 152 and was very clear in his application. The Order 153 that provides for procedure on division anticipates that possibly the 151 that was initially invoked, which gives rise for a head count, could be wrong. It is a reason why there's a whole procedure provided for under 153. which talks about clearing the lobbies, which talks about the leaders providing tellers. Mr. Speaker, in the first instance, it is the clerks who have done the accounting, not independently verified by anybody, and they have brought the figures to you. The member has challenged it, and that is why the second stage step allows for agents, that those who are saying no, those who are saying yes, will have an opportunity to validate the counting process. Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to immediately invoke 154, to say that 154 says, despite 153, Speaker may. Mr. Speaker, that provision there must not be construed in a manner to negate the mandatory obligation under 1526. No, it is saying where the number, if you read 153, 11 and 12, it says that if a member states that he voted in error and that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the speaker declares the result. 11, where the member numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you read these together, it is rather dealing with a situation where a declaration is made under 153 and the speaker would want to exercise a discretion where a member is unnecessarily making a claim under division, because it anticipates that a member may not be satisfied and may be taking certain steps to make a certain application. If they now move away to refer to 152, Mr. Speaker, that is not in the contemplation of this regulation. If the intendment of Parliament was to the effect that Mr. Speaker can invoke 154 to, as it were, negate the effect of 1526, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament would have said so. It did not say that despite order 1526, Mr. Speaker, in his opinion, may consider a division unnecessary claim. No, 154 does not make reference at all to 1526. Mr. Speaker, that provision does not make reference to it at all. If the lawmakers had intended the 154 to have effect on 1526, it would have said so in clear language. Mr. Speaker, what has not been written or said is not meant to be added to the whole lot for interpretation. What 154 contemplates is the 153. That is why it mentions 153 without more. Nobody should attempt to lead Mr. Speaker astray. There is a huge temptation. There's a huge temptation. Earlier, the majority leader said Honorable Habib did not challenge, so he didn't hear. Now he moves away to now invoke 154. The 154 is contemplating 153. Mr. Speaker, I would not want us to further delay this. 1526 is mandatory, and I'll conclude on it. It says where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the speaker shall call for a division. I don't know why the super majority is afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you have your numbers and you believe in your numbers, let's go into division. If you believe in your numbers, let's go into division.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have made your point. The Honorable Habib mentioned a particular member. I just want to know whether the member was present when the head count was being taken. Please, I want to know from the member, please, it's not from any of you, it's a member present. Please, I want to hear from the member. Yes, honorable member.
No, come here. Come and use this one. Come and use this one.
Honorable member, yes.
Okay, you come and use it. Man, so just speak straight.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, during the head count, myself and the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, we were both outside the chamber. We were not counted during the head count. Thank you very much.
Walk them out. What happens? What was it?
Yes, honorable members, it's my view that the division has been unnecessarily member. Honorable members, the division has been unnecessarily claimed. Honorable members, please resume your seats. Members, the motion has accordingly been adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of Justice Paul Bafubone as Chief Justice of the Republic in accordance with Article 114 Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominee on his approval by Parliament. I urge the nominee to take all what has happened right up from the day of the nomination up to his approval, I should say prior approval by Parliament, into consideration in his tenure of office. Once again, congratulations. Yes, please, First Deputy Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to thank the committee sincerely, particularly those who were present and vetted the nominee. I also want to thank the House, particularly those who were on their feet to be counted in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee. Thank you very much. God richly bless you.
Honorable members, please, I have a statement. It is actually what we call corrigentum. On 10th November 2025, I had the pleasure and honor of receiving a delegation from the Queen Mother's Foundation, led by their president, the Queen Mother of Kayira in the Ofinsu traditional area, Nana Ama Sewa Bonsu. Their well-intentioned visit afforded us the opportunity of discussing some proposed constitutional amendments, ways of empowering chiefs and queen mothers to protect the environment, stop illegal mining, and facilitate development. However, in communicating their visit to Parliament, I inadvertently referred to Nana Ama Sewa Bonsu as the president of the Queen Mothers Association and Queen Mother of Ofinsu. I wish to apologize to the Ofinsu Traditional Council and the Queen Mothers Association of Ghana for the regrettable error. Let me reiterate that Nana Ama Sewa Bonsu is the president of the Queen Mothers Foundation and not president of the Queen Mothers Association. She is also the Queen Mother of Kayira and not Queen Mother of Ofinsu. As a chief myself, I appreciate and respect traditional protocols and will be the last person to disregard the authority vested in our chiefs and queen mothers. I always welcome every opportunity to meet traditional authorities to discuss ways of exalting their roles in governance and in making them the fulcrum of development in the country, particularly in their jurisdictions. With all humility, I say Kafra Kuse to our revered kings and chiefs, queens and queen mothers of the Ofinsu traditional area. I thank you for your listenership. Honorable members, we will take one item and then take a short suspension before we come to the main item of today. On the we have this bill that we have been working on for some time now, and it is
yes, sir.
And so the breaking news you have right now is that Parliament has approved Justice Paul Bafuboni as the new Chief Justice for the Republic of Ghana. Komla, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it was expected, even at the point of the approval within the chamber. I knew, looking at the numbers, it was going to be virtually impossible. I mean, even on the face of it, looking at the numbers, there's absolutely no way. If all MPP MPs were here and all NDC MPs were here, and mind you, today is a day for budget, and so you can understand almost all the MPs are here. Looking at the numbers that voted, 163 as against 169. Even if, excuse me, 69. Even if you subtract the 69 from the 163, it still does not defeat it. And so when the MPP MPs were raising the matter, I knew, okay, well.
Right, yes, I am Wakwaba Bioba Unia TV. So, Sabre, the Akos free of from Tubremua de Air Bano, said the Dikai Ekacho no, and Rasibijamo appointment committee, one more Ekoe, and my president nominee no, one more anyway, and that Omo Ekoe, Ekoe say, bit me avete openia na Omompania Abonidin, as on her said the Beya. Ebeboa na nneoma nyina betime akoso de amano na sede be betime aboama ya hwe obi oba chief justice ewo oman na yewura justice Bafuboni ene opanya Sabre one more ekoya okototo no ano na sede Ghana mamra no abiye hunu no se womo atoto anu wi a obehwe sede be ya yebehwe na yetime ade akomra hyebedwamu esanse eye MP anasempo no speaker ne committee na one more ekohwe se obetoto no ano nti fiti anopani nyina anase awia na besi Sabre afi na womo abubo ho a akoto ho aba ama womo akogye atomo se womo empreso ma yewura Justice Bafuboni emra emesum se chief justice o maimu na yenko mra shebedwom na afede ye course wo mra shebedwom wo no yenko hwese de enioma etie ane nia akwa besi sabre no ye hwese de etie yenuaba akua sapoma ane yenam sini ewo oman emra shebedwom ti yenko na afi yenko hwese ebesi sabre die ne yehwe ni mu de na akoso ni nyina no oni eni enkomo anti akua yemo adwo right iti fitie wi apem tobre mu ana emrache bedom komo akoso abesi sabre faye komu na mi ehunu de akoso potin ebesi mprempre ba bia egina
mega se offer ene items mienu ena egu epunuti a mrache bedwafo ebehwe na omo edi huduma na de edikan eye chief justice our president eboni din na vetting committee etoto na no na ehube hia se ene no parliament eso tumi eye o ma fomu de no mo approve eye new chief justice our president ede eboni din no na ehu approve no na akwakoye tache ewo efie ha no mo sei a enye asamketo akra minina ene se edom kuma no ekyeremu se aya ye fa so na ye bi yi no na ne dwumadie ahodo ekoye no en sasa Parliament esi na womo etimi approve na ya na ncheche muni ade no ekoba ya no eno enam so ema ekowie ye se ewosa womo ekan enipa dodo a womo egitum se chief justice ya president abonidi no ombra na womo ye justice enipa dodo a egitum ene womo a womo engine tum na akenkan ni nyina ekọ na wie ye no womo a womo ka say yes a womo efo aso say chief justice parliament enyi ntumo no na omoye enipa oha ene aduasia yensa 163 ena womo a womo ka say no omo embassy parliament ebeje chief justice ayaboni din atumo no na womo soso no eye aduasia enkono 69 na akenkan nyina efo so no ena honorable Habib oye deputy minority whip wode sorry yes o wasem kana se na wo ka ni enyina ene se enipa dodo na wo mo ka yes no wo nsusu se wo mo edoso rusa 163 no entino speaker ensai enya wo mo enkan enkofo na se wo mo sai enkenkan ne foforo ewo eha no sei na eno eho na eye honorable Suhini awoye masebejani ema Samale South wono so sorry ye edigina wo mo standing order no eso eye 154 mu se asamu a obi ebeka edi afa head count ho no se enye papa speaker no ewo tumi se obotugu na wogina ni tumi so na wotimi edi ekọ nanim na eno eti na afi minority leader majority leader eye Mahama Ayarega wono so eso regional ye edibi efo a eye order 154 no eso se asama yi minority for no e kan no obu se enyim entipa enso bia enyimu entino na eno na eye speaker ebisa ye dienti a wo susu se wo mo a omo ka yes no womo esayi a womo emu 163 wono mo beche mu say Dr. Frank Amoako hina wo ya Ashanti regional minister chamber ni mu bi na womo standing orders na ma fine say womo yes a head count na obi a wonye masebedwani ebetina chamber no emu ebi na eno na speaker ebisa yesi obi ewo mfimfini bon mo sa na eye honorable Frank Amoako hine ofeja ni mu ekasa ye ewo eye chamber ni mu ese eye no press time a na akenkan no ekoso no woni ye se ensem fata se wo bewo chamber ni mu entino opie ye entino abra ekoso no na oni ho no mu bi eno na speaker ejina so edit ni tumi ejina so ewuli ye se na oni ho no mu bi dia na chese de omo kenkan ye no omo ede be ye adwuma ntire na ye kasa speaker anasa parliament omo etimi approve a new chief justice president eboni din okopie rating committee for no mo etoso na no parliament ageno atumu ade akatwe no omo ede ebeto aso ye kasa die o sense o magina tuma wienti no ade se sitting as suspended for 5 minutes na ebomo no breaking news na say finance minister wono so anya aba bedru eye efie ha no say aye hwe ni mu say parliament resume sitting na wono so be chamber ni mo na 2026 budget presentation no or the abeto parliament anymore
nipa bebree wo mani e de achonre wona wo emrahye bedwam ho na eje pa na eye daverinti a won mo committee na koye adwuma wie na afi wo mo atwe ho manso akosi se ejese atime ekoto abakra ansana yaje omampanyi ni nominee se omasum se timuafo panyi o manmu no antum na davere no ne ejinade so potin pa
deɛ na dare no egyina so paa ɛne sɛ ɛkwan a president ɛfa so ɛde bɔ ne din enyina emrakwan so ɛkwan a president ɛsan fa so ɛde suspend deɛ wɔtwa mu yi ɛde chief justice Tokunu ɛno so no enyina emrakwan so ɛsɛ sɛ chief justice Tokunu ɛnsɛnsɛm ɛwɔ court ɛnkan wie ya eni mu kwan sɛ president ɛsan bɔ obi afoforo bi adin ɛsɛ wɔn mra no wɔmɛyɛ chief justice ɛsɛ no wɔn davere a na wɔn ɛtwe no na enua enie na emomo no committee no ɛbaayɛ wɔn report a wɔn ɛde ya committee chairman ya na order womo anoye deputy speaker honorable Ahiafo on the presentation enima ekoso ewo vetting committee no bra womo etna ase wobobo ni nyina so ne abra eye womo ewo minority aside womo epie ye edi free vetting no asese womo enyi ntumu ma ye vetting no me ade tese de ekoso wo hono ni nyina no wo bon ne tofa edema womo no na so eye endom kuma no na womu dia womu ejina so wa ne se die president amfamra kwan so na wodi eyi eye die wotwa mu yi a eye Tokunu efi akonya so aye kasa yinkrampo no be se die yenya yi na die ne ya point obi foforo no ne sent no womu entimi enyina so
right eti asafoma ye bomodi bia se ye besa connecting back wo telephone so na se de oboye amane wo emrahye bedwam no yetime atoa so na enti afi no adwane ha Onia TV ne ba bia oni guso ya ohwe kai se ye na Facebook no so live on Onia TV obetimi akwa like your page na share do adwenkyere de atoa se de amount ye fi na do fidie no de atoa ma omopanyi oboni din se omamu atemuafo epanyi wono enkoda no na onhwe so obetimi atoto neoma ama bibia timi akoso justice bafo boni sabre davre edin sama hodo ye koso ewon hunyina ewon vet na se besi se ene na shibjafo akotena se don hwere ko be se miensa entamuo ene nia womo atena se a womo abobo ne ho na abobo ni nyina no de akwakusi se na shibjwa no age no atum ama sabre obetimi asomde eka akire ya yehwe ni mu ne se enioma akoso nyina no obetimi ahwe na afe womo akọ na mampanyi asoye no mampanyi atimi aso ni mu na afe waso akofuna mu esai na afe ni dwumadie ya odie no watimi ababeye na aboa mabibia atimi akọ enkan eti eno ene ne asesie yehwe enimu se betimi akoso mabibia atimi akọ enimu aboa ma yetimi ahwese betimi akọ enkan eti odi atoa no ma sabre de emrahyebiafo said one more kind, the assessor more aye, the assessor to me a coso, the assessor boa, ma etime etine nanso, the wanting and once here, the assorting and once in Yano, na say one more awie, ama justice Bafo Boni, or ba ababe some say, Ghana yen, ye open your bear chief justice that day amaye, ama bibia etime akọ nanim, ama yetime who said the coso entiane, na and your mamma eda emrahyebiafo no one more epron so na ombehwesi betimi ahwabobo ho ne age atomo no de din kan ede say appointment committee of parliament and I said do na kan say vetting committee say ompanyi ebo bidin say omesom say soafo and I say umidi dibrebia say the Ghana amamra ema no kwan say obetimi akomrahyebiafo one more committee ba kono ebetoto na no ye no appointment committee no wako akwakototo na no awie na womu wia e de komna hyebedwamu na sentiase bi amma ewo committee no entamuo maniti womu nyina adwene ensi omu pia si e komna hyebedwamu na fui womu de ebobo ho anase ponioma hodo a na eche omu adwene no kotoa so ewo mrahye bedwamu na womu eye ne sa aboa aba bibia timi akoso enti omo ye ni nyina akire no na asese timi ekoto ababato no akoso ama pe sede abato no koso no yaje atum so panyi no omra emesom ese Chief Justice owo omamuma bibia akoso ti womo de asie no omra hyebedwamu no womo tu asensen kakra ekoje omo ahome na fe yahwe ni mu se Finance Minister Dr. Atoba Forson ebeba mra hyebedwam na wode 2026 budget presentation no bekoso yetwa homra ye ba ebesa to aso ne akomra hyebedwam.
Emri bi atwam apomuden ho nsem agi ensem emma osuru yedin emma sase ediawere ho enti onyankopon nam da asumu eda enua eni habama ebeji adasama enkwa ekire adujamfi okumanini barima enu akire no adujamfi esa kotra kwayem edaduanan agwamfa nsuo ankana no menu mienu apomuden panti wenti enigisem onyankopon de yare nyina so tumi ahye Dr. Tamda sonsa gise di wawuo anase yesie no nkoa ene wontimi na yare sabia hode wasiesie ho kama kakra bi bagwa yare sa ewo kumase abuakwa agogo frayen 0244 774282
oyalefo bia kaise udimafo midimafo heba clinic Dr. Tamda.
Hey, everybody, never put my hands on it.
Jadama. Danoma manage you.
Any honor.
Best farmer Basubodi.
Oh, Adam for the sort of Hoboma, the Ban, you should Adam put the Umupu Pira, a papa.
Now, Mehu as a tester, Mehu master, Nakitwe.
We don't show your friend Trivo. And you see you must have a pepe, young friend Fra. Who here, but you 10 months pet, not your good. That is place what. Self was a cate, ate. And I could go to and now what beera we could go down for the Trivo a condemned. Send it here.
Trivo,
okay, wait me at Sarah. Okay. By your short share, Fra, a beer uncle. Now don't want bombing me. Adama for a son for so.
Benya Adama West Africa for a dream, or the big guy a tongue cry your head you. I say, Kayuna Kinka in Choya, a dream.
Mrena Sasso say a pepper Mrantiane Mabawa. One went to Soroku and good year Munabaso. I had the 2025 Swag Award. Anika Sabrese, Afi, awards need 50 years. I don't hear the Golden Jubilee edition of the Swag Award. Paso Accra International Conference Center, Saturday, November 15, 2025. Time, 6 p.m. Assembly Daso, a call for change in national orientation and investment in sports. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. And a guest of honor, I am Mr. Julius Debra, Honorable Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. Also in attendance, I am Mr. Gianni Mello, President, Association of International Sports Press, AIPS. Performing live, I am Afro and Dancehall Star, Stone Boy. Say a Swag Award, Saturday, 15th November 2025. Accra International Conference Center, the longest running awards event in Ghana. I had the 50th Swag Awards. GCB Bank, Gold Board, Tobinco, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Free Zones Authority, National Petroleum Authority, Omnipsic Bank, Phoenix Insurance, etc. And the 50th Swag Awards. Another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest.
Dios mama official po afisa say na sika bebre abamo bia botomo ayede bills aka ne hu biomo yesi 2025 idie eni da so wo homo bia wotewo kwa onni adwumaye fa wani kire bills na beje loan na wo betini dia ye wa wadwuma we eye loan donko me wo hia hwe de wo hia ne wo Ghana card e hwa na wo zaka wo sika na sɛ woyɛ obi nso a woyɛ wa adwuma a wopɛ sɛ wotrɛ mu ana odwuma yɛni a wogye bosomi akatua ɛne bill sɛ brɛ na bɛgye loan a womfa bibia nsi awowa collateral anaasɛ deposit ane wohia mu bia enti afei deɛ yɛsɛ obia a wonni adwuma bia yɛ wobɛtumi abɛgye loan enti sɛ wotena fie na sɛ woanya sika no bi di a ɛyɛ wow frɛ bills sɛsi a na wotumi atua wo bills na mmom wohyehyɛ kakra wo ho Mrena Saso say a pepper Mrantiane Mabawa Omwadam went to Sorokuan Kutimu Abaso. I had the 2025 Swag Award. Anika Sabrese, Afi, awards need 50 years. I don't hear the Golden Jubilee edition of the Swag Award. Paso Aka International Conference Center, Saturday, November 15, 2025. Time, 6 p.m. Assembly Daso, a call for change in national orientation and investment in sports. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. And a guest of honor, I am Mr. Julius Debra, Honorable Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. Also in attendance, I am Mr. Gianni Mello, President, Association of International Sports Press, AIPS. Performing live, I am Afro and Dancehall Star, Stone Boy. Say a Swag Award, Saturday, 15th November 2025. Wakra International Conference Center, the longest running awards event in Ghana. I had the 50th Swag Awards. GCB Bank, Gold Board, Tobinco, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Free Zones Authority, National Petroleum Authority, Omnimsic Bank, Phoenix Insurance, etc. I had the 50th Swag Awards. Another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest.
The Gynecare syrup aba Gynecare eboa eyi afichikro emu haw ahodo te se afichikro a emayi de etutusi basabasa ene afichikro mu yaw ahodo no nyina efiri hokra Gynecare boa ema atenka akofem no san pagya ne mu yie pa Gynecare boa yema menomu a wanya menopause Eho haw ahodo te se ohonam a ehyehyew na eyira wo no abufuo atete ene de atete saa no nyina Gynecare brena sekra Adrei enkoda oni mfie edumienu entumi mfabi obenya bi ewo pharmacy license chemical shop ana herbal shop a eben mu pendodo atu a fre Ayona pharmacy Gynecare ebeye wo de FDA ahwehwe adwadie nkrato emu age atum se eye
Onia TV Tibutin yeah a GD day to me sing get a kwapena ana if you chale this be the time Jewudin say a GD day a rap it to the kensa ka be the pombe the chale Jewudin
Nana Kujaro the Premo he be the god and the devil Ahana scorno yes settle Ahana yes settle level Jewudin
Nana Kujado the Bremo Yadapa MC a Jewu who did a rapper travel and see
Jewudin a platform Cassiel Yadiaba ama emerging music stars a new vibes a raw talent and a real talk Jewudin with Nana Kujado Friday 9 p.m. live Onia TV so Jewudin a Koso
me more spices bebre. Na so one pem dia. Me do what it. Na me ko hu nya wo pe. Anya na wo pe nie. It's natural spices. It's natural spices. Aye dru hwama ema aduane ede. Aye free opo ade sanu akasa no. E bi te say garlic, akikadro, rosemary, hrentia, and nutmeg, and afa so pepper, and omode afraye. Enchini nim, esitre nim, MSG nim, eti we de aye natural akasa. Free mom in sakat it's natural spices. Me ha me ho enyam nye aduane biom. Esanse, ni nyina me akabo. I get it's natural spices. Wow, she's in a customers issue. Ma wo name mo to e free say ya wo garlic and ginger, jollof rice, stew, curry powder, and afa chicken and beef seasoning. It's natural spices. Natural spices. Every ashisha mwadia to mu say
Oh no. My skin is breaking out. Same here. Blemishes everywhere. Mine feels so dull. Mine feels like sandpaper. Rough and dry. And the wedding just weeks away.
For Everclear Acne Control Soap. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Bye-bye, acne. For Everclear Natural Lightening Soap. Glow up, baby, glow up. For Everclear Blemish Control Soap. Hello, radiant skin. For Everclear Exfoliating Soap. Smooth like a baby's bum. For Everclear Bar Soaps are formulated to cleanse your skin of acne, blemishes, dullness, and rough patches. Used in addition to a range of products for radiantly smooth skin. Your skin will be forever clear. Forever clear, still caring for tomorrow's beauty needs today.
We are ready for the wedding!
Hey, what about me?
Our skin is forever clear. Productive.
I go, spices. I go.
Ekoye.
There was still seasoning powder and a jollof seasoning powder. A big seasoning powder.
Ayiko. Ekoye.
I go, spices. I go, spices.
Hey, Auntie Ayiko. Ekoye. Your friend Auntie Ayiko. So we are quite froye ana jollofa for Ayiko seasoning powder kakraka home. A woman ni kuye. Your chicken, beef, jollof, and stew seasoning powder. So make Ayiko na what Jimmy so say. Ekoye.
Ubenya Ayiko biato ewodwom. Etu phone 0244 160 750. Ayiko Ekoye.
Productive.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Who will be careful Endpoint one?
Chesena me ankasa me period no say problems wom ntina ma wo ho idea ma me papa chesena nya asem ketewa na me kwan point no mo hwe me modem no mo hwe bibia na so mo meduro me fire no ene ma won kra me nu hofro kwa na mkwan mu a eba
and everything yourself me ma me no adwodwo eda ho a wontumi nante ene ne ko endpoint o mama nuru a ene ne ho ade a watimi asori anante.
That's Endpoint for you. Of Acrobato.
Hello.
Hey, ohwehwe what che okay a free bra wo di Endpoint wa dance am me ko ye no me Jones sema na enkoyie person na my nyina na magina sabema na me be fear for there e ho na nyina jaresa. You heard everything. I have secret. Endpoint is my secret. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. I'm free.
Yes. Onuya, a throwback party. So you say ban throwback.
Right, yes, I'm Akwaba Bio and Famra budget presentation for 2026. I buy the policy near French shareholder your day ego akwamu fa Ghana Kohmabo Esika Memphis Pimino and near Edwino ACI. Somewhat Akwaba say as a Bribiano, why I would say Unia TV and baby over here na nneɛma ahodoɔ yɛ de ɛsomo no so betie bi no akunu de ɛkɔso ɛwɔ ɔman na ansane yɛbɛsɔ de so no na nia ayedawre omrashebedwamu no ese omampanyi nominee ya ode no komrashebedwamu a appointment committee ekotena ase ko bobo ne ho se yenkogye no entumu meso se temuafo panyi ewo maimo justice Paul Bafo Boni sabre mrashebedwafo no agena tomu tie wie no mrashebedwa no asore kakra ejomo ahome na fe mfie pimie no aduenu ensia yakọ mabosika no Dr. Forson na de akoto mrashebedwamu na yenyina yetime ahwebie ahunu sede ekoso sada adwuma no etie sa na ye no de aman koti se obesore no de sese ohu de sese otie no eha ede ba bia sese ohwe ma mema the general captain akwaba akọ asai ababie unti mema na akwaba obanya akwaba
bibia boko de
boko na nso right ayiko nso what me ahome kakra
ya hu ekodi na ya sai by na
all right
me my chief justice Trinkwa na ko ye acting say ya confirm no he's been confirmed as the chief justice and again I want to say thank you to His Excellency the President of the Republic John Dramani Mahama for booting out Tokunu. Yes. And also Debi amekasa ye yo man ye nye political party ya microphone temase. Na etoda na menye obi tena me nkyese dem ye panel ye me de pa. Analytically no it be flow. Oh say ye yo man enye political party ye. Sabe ye ti hey. Ye ye onua TV adwuma. Enye Captain Smart fi adwuma enye wo fi adwuma. Nti the material moment a wo be ma Ghana na free wutrim na wo de wo party. Ejuma na wo ye no Saudi wutie bia yenyi wadi
okay
enti ye wie aka ye fese easy boss eso ye noko ono Germany ndi bronya
owia
ba ye file petitions ni nyina na ye ohun ne ho ano no fa nkodi bronya mra ne ye mpam no ye wie na ye kisi agabin special prosecutors wadi
yate Eje fe adwoda for ebe kan ho asem yi. But the process no ne dey course wa be si brea.
For me,
process here to advance.
I anticipated this. Unim. Wo share time president suspended Tokunu.
Yeah.
No bia oye what follow Supreme Court. Jumedi ache bia no nim say. Papa ya Bafo Boni ya ne. Bafo Boni Tokunu senior ne Bafo Boni.
Yeah.
Na judicial system no. And this is Pam Secondary School Captain Smart wo form 2. Ne man be school prefect. Babra na form 3 for. What did them say? Judicial service no. Wunya yes wo batra. Institutional integrity. Wo ya say no. Eti otam Tokunu from nowhere. And obeye no. Did be share won aka nyina kon. Why? Because time na 2012 election petition no call you know. Asa be 4-5.
Yeah.
Eti eka opening Justice Bafo Boni. And ono say wo be hwe say me wo nipa mpempem wakosa line ato na ba wie wakoduru ma yakan ya declare results awie chinchini techi a wo say hey obi the pink sheet wa enter here obi fa pink sheet ni baby say so chro 3 wa chro 8 enti me a meto aba no me nsan so nsan machi ensan ko police station nsan ko to aba ye ne saa we are overburdening the voter.
Okay.
Enti ono na dream no ye ko ye nim no and ye nya reforms akufa do muni ya kum no what time na no
Bafo Boni
no Bafo Boni ho time na na maka kire we no we share na busa no
I see right
enti e be wade ma na ko ani ba wa wo se he se wadwen ye o se won sa ye tententen wo chikoto e wa me na tenten ma yakopon he oto
emphasy
so what I say
yemfa no
yemfa
no ajebo ya nya agena to mu ye hwe no mu se mampanyi beboa no ma bibia timi akoso na yenkoyenum enti sisi the big one ana ye nyina ye hwede mu say ebetimi akoso finance minister yedi kan fa ikọ abakose mu ne yenhwe ye fa okwan a Ghana e fa so present your budget it no ni enim abesi for time and dynamics needs exercise yakwa bakwasem kakra ne yefete
number 1 I say Ghana ankasa no wo hwe abrofo na bedi yeso no na oni adaje a wosi nkodwa se wo kan budget but na wo wakohoma sika ene na ma ye benya asa atwi no na ye wakohoma sika nti wo ho ane yakase o yedi we so ye be ye we wo ha ye ko ye keteki wo ha ye ko ye se wo ha no ho and then nyame chaade ye ma ye no ena osagefo bedi ye so na obedi ye so no mu no 1954 to 1961 don't forget 1954 na yenji independence but na fe ye biemu ya to aba ema Kwame Nkrumah ye the leader of government business samre de mu no ena omofa opani Komla Agbali if I got it right or wrong bedema so from 1954 to 1961 and obey finance minister. Unfortunately for me, on my birthday, and Odina Kunya Toho.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 5th May 1961. And Odia Kunya Toho. Ono Koyano. And from 1961, no. Oko 5th May, 8th May, pepepe. And another ewe. Ferdinand Koblavi Bragoka. Also be finance minister from the 8th of May 1961 to 1964. Now he was actually appointed by Osajifo. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Was appointed by Osajifo. And then ono koye na kwesi amu akwanta. Oba 1964 to 1967 66. Nti ono no 66 ku no emu na brata osho kakra. And then from 1969 to 1972 under the Second Republic. And me a message Kufo na konta Teresa Kufo ni nua be ma JH Mensa e be finance minister Joseph Henry Mensa obey na a finance minister from 1969 to 1972. And then Kwesibo came. Nti Second Republic no the incident bi e wo ho no and I say o ye jemu ye de amabuzi your friend saying Liman and Liman ababa shawo kakra na Liman budget yanja to long story short Kwesibo started from 1982 to 1993. Say wo hwem pa Kwesibo ne obi a wadi finance minister e wo mem ha a chen obia from Kwame Nkrumah time bisin there because he started as a finance minister, finance secretary to finance minister from 1982 to 1993. I think 9 years or 10. And then ono koye no ene benya Kwame Pepra from 1995 to 2001. And then Maremfi 2001 Yasaf Mafu and the so up to 2005. 2005 year to abanu na Kufosi bra that's ko baby foforo and then Kojo Banredu came in and then Kojo Banredu 2000 who Quantifi and then Honorable Antonia Kutoa say eba be share ho and watch no and Dr. Kwamlando for so the buy from 2009 and ono the coin and set up and so at the be share ho and then there's been a repeat of names and tribes. Then we had Kwesia Mwakwata. We had Neba Keno Furiata. No so eba from 2017 ekwesi 2024 and then also ejeko yesi onko and na February 2024 no no ekoba say opedi Amin Andamo sedai ono so mra no de ba kitwa bi no de koya yem papa ato Forson edibaye say wo hwem pa region by region there
any tribes
are Votarians the finance minister because Kwame Nkrumah Bedema no fi voter region Ferdinand no fi voter region Kwame Pepra do baby we say ne paper na firi ho baby
uti
ho they can side and then you come to Setepe ono so esro ho na ofiri say wo hwem yiye pa the only person na ofi the northern part of our country why finance minister Mohammed Adam.
Yeah. Some months.
Yes, or no pen or finance minister ofi
the
northern part of our country wababe finance minister. Now, we share payments research actually say so voters and the finance ministers are one time to contractor for car.
Are they? Almost said
I don't know. 80.
Okay.
Even
my uncle parliament emergency why. So many uncle parliament right yanko enuaba akua sapoma ho wo mrahye bidwom na fe yehwe de ekoso akua ma yemo aharafe somo parliament man na twamfoni man ne yehwe de ekoso
twuma mentwia so sesei de kasabwa yipoma kwan mu asesei no yomo atimi ahwe na ya approve new chief justice then na work afa ho
me vise nke be kan budget asem na chief justice dey say ayewi because you na yeshia you bobo opposition MPP the minority over vetting cry boycott and they've come to the floor to also come to defend their stand more or less no Ghana for ina jatum say Ora Bafuboni Justice Bafuboni and Omeye Chief Justice Emma Ghana, so that thing is sealed.
Okay, now budget budget
will start very soon.
Then I will share him.
Oh, no my baby, and I share him. You see, our budget is the second budget of the NDC, and therefore, for person who are the country Ghana economy net me aye baby no. Okay, people don't understand why the macroeconomic figures. Area singing who say Ghana they don't know why. So I think the finance minister will come and give us the tutorials, some of the macroeconomic indicators. I think they'll be able to do all these things. So we expect so much. You see, that is why everybody is here yearning for the finance minister also to come and read the budget. Thank you.
Thank you to Honorable Entino Yadaswa. Ewo mrashe bedwa mu hanumu sei dwe mrashe bedwafo na afei adofo a womo abedru hanumu sei na enadwumadie no omo hwese de process no enyina ebekọ no yekoswa na yaje womo adwenkyere ahwese de eniema ebesi akọ eho entino de dikan Chief Justice onmonyamfo bafo boni ene na enye asamketo akra ewo mrashe bedwa mu hanumu sei ade NPP for no womo edaswa na omugina babia womugina womo echiremu say womo empneda ma papa no na wiye no ade say esan say dom kese no womo ye dom kese epanti no womo etimi egina womo etumi so ama yaje Chief Justice yaje no atumo Reverend Intim Fojo ewo eha no say ye no enim komobi
ma ho kire a ewo ho etumi akọ na se mobile na mu hu amamu ni so na sikasam se agye agu amanfo ho kire na ekire wom amanfo mboto dry na eya na wadi Ghana hwammo na de ye ka kire wom no se ban economic management nye no an exchange rate and inflation. There's more to economic management than exchange rate and inflation. Entino say 24 hours a day, we the ordinary one exchange rate. Now they are campaign, inflation. Now they are campaign. Now no and reflect it. Man for Botumanya. Because there are so many other indicators. People are suffering. Yakoka, almost there be and exchange rate, economy and inflation. So, conform. We should stop talking inflation. How has it reflected in the livelihoods of people? Contractors say so. Contractors say and also when you be a contractor anaka na ma system no sika bem ma obia auto and bianso yato ukoka say you nyina ekose dollar mu ma exchange rate no agina ukoka say inflation and so inflation am okay enuma minim enuma dodo anebo eso ate
ma enhwe wo de inflation aba mo abreso no na double digit and you am the single digit
and me be say
mambo aba fem sabre policy ahodo obode atudwa ene ade eno na boasese
ohine nansan wakoto ade
Ukoto ade no na swati ana. Enti no ma woni ahwe tifo obi mfre no obi nkyere me enwoma na oto no last year no de yatetete so wo mo de inflation ebo mo sabrane. Enti no si e kase mo no hye o man si kasam yi na ahotomra na ye ka mo se there be very arrogant lend there be an exchange rate and inflation promises are more promises some mo de nyuma ebeba na one job 3 shifts 3 people no ewa he ni na kasam so say
okay it's no reverend intim fojo na yene no edi enkomo ne honorable Ernest Adumako ewo Okankwe South ma yene ni nkomo just 1 minute na yene ni nkomo just 1 minute na yen so honorable yemakoba onua TV asuniye and then na wo hwe ni
o na me hwe ni mo say the policies be ma yisikasem afin so said ye hundada say sidi na fa ntoma pa efra no ebekoso ayesa na afin so enhye papa edi mabeba ama especially yen mabunu so enya adwuma aye because here na anu dey see wo work no ya kire say Ghana for no do na pa adwuma aye enti expect say budget di adwuma baba ama nkofo enya adwuma aye ya lunch ye nima bebregu akwa ndo ya lunch nkokon ketinketi nima di policies baba enti ego so tinyame ya aduma enima papa nkwa na eba budget no medase
fa honorable Ernest Adumako mrahye bedwani ewo Okankwe South na ye ne no edi enkomo no nyame adum honorable me ho ye pa enti honorable onua TV asuniye then na ko so far
sisi nyame adum yan congratulate Chief Justice say nyame adum ya pass no to congratulate and say papa ya was serving different capacities our do baby we to be one of the finest Chief Justice and I'm very proud of his achievement. Now I see chance no any the finance minister honorable Cassiel Forson. Thanks to President Mahama. Today enyen SMP le bekasa ya nkasa pi say finance minister no kese wia ono numbers na odi begu ho ebe kesa ma omo hu nyame adom ye baaye ne ye betu ye Ghana ni bia ono anim se bibi ye nokra no beka se o abanwi ekwan a odi Ghana man ekono ayi when inflation ene utopa no 10 extend na 20 utofu hu baby a wonam no sisi e was single digits na one na can say 10 months bebasa unim Ghana yen ratings ya ma che say yentumi nko baby a nkura nko kasa sisi anyame adom ya fi sa junk credit rating no at the end ba B- you call the right places we share baby inflation numbers dey akọ we share ekwan a minister atutu niema ama sebio yensi di na gina te se bema sebio ta freche akra woje wan kasa wonim se obetumi a planning businesses abaya sesi a watutu niema yi a baby a yede ekọ share nyame adum ye pie we are seeing now bisase na DMP na buy within 10 months Ghana I started funny tampa pe free the danyame ase say 10 months or sisan ye mine in the end ye nkasa ene yes Ghana for mo am checking numbers no na mo hwe baby a MPP abandi ye share na 10 months President Mahama baby odi fa na me wi na mo hwe plans our fire infrastructure roads or baba yaka ho ahota nyame adomode brain na munyina ga say awurade ye da wase
honorable mema wako na eniema miensa ben ene da wakoma so a aban no eyeye afie di animu anka wo pepa eniema miensa ben
afie bado oh niema bi wo mu a eche say Ubehu say finance minister for the first time me minister for lands and natural resource Ghana for the longest time one of your problem kesi any asase na wato asase we na we sini dia na we sini dia na we kitatati na ya toma we budget we mu be say Minister of Finance for the first time ebe tutu anamobia NC da abomodin ama ben ya pesika ama ya ye bibia ye friend ye be digitalize yen land ya map Ghana he nyina se ne be ya wo so wasase a ene we bia ntoko bia anim wo computer no so that journey to transform the land management system in Ghana is one of the biggest thing I'm excited about. Inti budget we there enye kesa eyanama 10 months nyame adom President Mahama oni yetu anamo a edi ahoto bregana ehun nkomo na ene eba bebo
meda say entino honorable Ama Kofi Eboa ono ena yene no edi enkomo no Minister for Lands and Natural Resources ena yene na di enkomo no waka na fomu de ade a wo budget ni mu a eye no anika pa enti honorable Akwatia MP honorable de ye ene okay enti honorable Akwatia MP ena ye say yene no edi enkomo no Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi eso ewo ehanu mo say yen try say yene honorable so ebedi enkomo na yahwe ene dwumadi ahodo a ekoso ewo mrahye bedwamo no de owo ede kafa ho
senior ema no oko market ema ne ni giye se wama dollar no ejina wama anwapo abafom almost a situation amount be and they have the cost. My examples be brave. Na omotimia ye way in 10 months. Media me warishin Cassiel pa. Say up they'll build on what they have started. Na it's the Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi and I yeneno Eddie and Komono Akunfi Ekunfi member of parliament. So ewa hano me say honorable yamwakwaba onia TV sunie mayeni kan na yafa won hyase emfri die modi kan ayama na twamo na obi ebisasa ya adanti na asa mode modom kese no tietia dom kumafo no efa ahudie so de na ekoso ewa mrahye bedwam ha say yende no wu ne say
yo madawas and anapay igna by as citizens of Ghana the yebeboa na oye chief justice we you know yebema na approval after appointments committee actually the issues but the no question in the chief justice no obia the hodasi that he is somebody of great competence. He has demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt his understanding of law. Otim Ranasi na obia wayejuma from circuit court to the extent they end up acting offenders chief justice. Now, he has gone through the mill. Our system, he understands it. He's somebody who has demonstrated fairness, somebody who has demonstrated competence. Said that watch beyond reasonable doubt today. Ejuma no betu mwaye. Enti say in the Yaminadum appointments committee. Wakana sem na embrace de Mashibugafo yebetu aba aman masebe wabe friend chief justice. I'm there in because Article 146 are clear as to how a chief justice is removed, and then President John Mahama occur through all the processes are over to what they did and Yamin Chadi Demjumedino Wabe ma and the Yenara ya approved Papano ma obey Chief Justice of Ghana. Now position original it is supposed to serve Ghana or Ghana to make the rule of law even much more accessible to people. Mobeya Obia Nyasema or the Kokota, what to wait the assembly Masebi, Obia so Yanofahodi. It's a great day for Ghana. Now, Chief Justice said, Nerishama, Mema Uchinkwa, Yamimwa, Yejuma, Edi Magana, reset agenda, Yena Yajatu, Oye Shana Fasuma Yena, Timidamasi. Okay,
Honorable Echo, Yabama Wakona, Sani Yajawa Mwakon, saying budget no, a fay Mokotnasi, I know, and a model so, a day and a woo share a nim say a bebwa wadishia. Or more ever a confident and portable. Yo, a convifu in the washroom, Micham. Now, budget, him there.
adze a obema ndwuma aba mbebunu wa afa no hia papa wo so far the issue macros now inflation interest rate exchange rate them zamani na aminadum oye papa Dr. Cassiel at Forson why you jumadin palma oye economy in there we jana nado and then shema rating agencies ya wo di hu dase de Ghana ye bibia oye adibia oye ati papa na CCR waka sustenance of it mobeya able to ya so jumadin dum wako na yim ma sabi ekwafo we jumadia wodi offer fertilizer offer nzama wodi ye juma wona wo sua juma offer na kanza wodi ye wona wo kopo yama wodi ye share the incentives our government we ba oboboa them sectors of the economy. Of course, you also share there in juma wetu we one district one factory in your way twem ko abanso on ye bio in the ye share support our juma oye industries are owo Ghana ha mobe ye mbeburu be juma and the investment are obeba ekofime ma ekofufu so we juma ye entamedi very share dem ye me nyina mobe ya sika beba timembufu okotokum obeya ye na kwan ma waye ye school sem waye ye na apomudi sem waye ni na ye twe him there budget we make allocations are what to that should them me and I'm very hopeful na me gidi there ye papa Dr. Forson and the Cassiel de betu granade obe address most of these issues obeya ye na be for ye tampefra na Ghana so for the tampefra.
Last one na wakone ye no say eku juice eye adwuma kese pa na sese no ye nhyada enhu sade etie o constituency na ewo eku juice ekumfi eku juice akwakosi say
yo eku juice in fact company no wo bo mo ti papa kojuma na no oyedin but my ye in there me wa ye hihye there ye be ye hihye a obeye mbebunu bia opede wo ye oye abrobejuma no ye be ma support I as MP maso a portion of the common fund being available so that you bring support in mbebunu we kunfi na we tungo accord into a friend outgrower schemes now we tunda ejuma fortunately abani ba is under Ministry of Food and Agriculture or the feed Ghana aba in the warma or tractors or irrigation facilities are over yama various areas within the various constituencies including a kunfi we did the way the me nana obobwa ma ye produce obokosoro ma ye nara ye kojuma etuma ye na mi bigidi there in the yehwe mesma ye na yakopo oye afarfo ye mesma afarjuma na ye in the premix onye na kakra oye in the tori ye juma ehu de abani origin ye ho origin timemufu wo ho na mi de mo waka bia no so obeye ho adwuma ma sebe nyama atoto yi ama ye nyinara madam asibebre
ye da sapa entino mrahye badwani a wogina modema adehia wo mo ewo ekumfi na ye ne no adi enkomo no honorable eko kwenu na ye ne no akasa no na sei na wo hwe sede ehadum sei etie ye kasa ide eyade ese speaker asan ewra chamber ni mu amrahye badwafo ni nyina so no ewra chamber ni mu na ye finance ye sikasam yinti a eneda yi ye wo ehadum sei 2026 budget presentation no ade ese oswafo a wono ehwe musa efa no ye sikasam eso honorable Cassiel Forson ono so enya bedroom rahye badwafo
Veda akiasa poma se papa se ode media free parliament de amai yate se members of parliament o machase ya womo ba chamber honti enche yebeko na nia finance minister edebetudwa head of 2026 budget statement no yebeko ne akwaje captain akwaba bio na yehwe na yegusua ya yehwe eba Ghana bakwasamfa okwan a yen sikasem so afo no omo presentation
na in all no sawosha me kakra do yin am do ya na me ka say votarians no over the years no almost say votarians no year finance ministers okay we dey parliament
economic policy of government for the 2026 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this address is an abridged version of the full 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansa Department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026, and pursuant to Article 36(5), I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agriculture and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right Honourable Speaker, I will also present the following bills, regulations, and memoranda for consideration by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the Value for Money Bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public Procurement Regulation, request for approval for a revised investment policy of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. And finally, a request for approval to implement an AI-powered trade data analytics system to support customs revenue mobilization and enhance trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honourable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address, when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honourable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, under President Mahama's leadership, this government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal, and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, the heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes, harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is the story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honourable Speaker, we have learned a powerful truth, and the truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honourable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right, Honorable Speaker, with that renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to organized labor, the employers' associations, and workers of Ghana who work with government to successfully agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026, ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision, and anchored on shared prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, having outlined the guiding theme and vision for this budget, I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are heading. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024. Pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile. Inflation remained elevated. The exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebound from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farm support and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. The Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs lift incomes, and build lasting stability. The Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation has fallen faster than anyone imagined, from 23.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck. It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the cedi, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8% to 9.5%. Prices of everyday food such as tomatoes, garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9%, supported by steady fuel prices and lower import costs. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Sound policies brings real relief. Mr. Speaker, both imported and local price pressures are now contained. Right, Honorable Speaker, the task ahead is to sustain this stability by keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7.8% in 2024. On expenditure, government tightened non-priority spending whilst protecting key investment in the sectors. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. Mr. Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. Mr. Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital investment, eased external debt pressures, and restored investor confidence. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's fiscal consolidation is now credible, sustainable, and homegrown, a model of responsibility that turns stability into progress and ensures every city works for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right, Honorable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households. Allocations to social protection programs increased to 0.9% of GDP, up from 0.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, these targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about $1.4 billion United States dollars in debt to independent power producers, a ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements, led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing $300 million United States dollars in 2025 year to date and allocating $345 million United States dollars for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved by almost 90% per month, from 900 Ghana cedis per month to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificate (IPCs) and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices (BTs). Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY, to conduct an independent validation of these arrests and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrests and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrests and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the audit, Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I'll give headline numbers whilst we wait for the Auditor General to submit the report next week. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting document. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But, Right Honourable Speaker, about 10.4 billion Ghana cedis in claims were rejected. Mr. Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipts advice, and instances of no work but demanding money. Right Honourable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance and verification. Mr. Speaker, about 2 billion Ghana cedis was also reclassified from claims to BTS. Right Honourable Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted, and the detail may be discussed by this House. Mr. Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthened expenditure controls, and reaffirmed this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. The Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right Honorable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent of $83 billion were processed through ICOMS. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, this amount of $83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, an equivalent of $31 billion in transactions were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, this leaks bleeds our reserves, weakens the Ghana cedi, and deprive the economy of resources that should have been used to build schools, roads, and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the audit also reveals that some importers underdeclared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values, aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about $20 billion United States dollars in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, persons and institutions behind these activities are being referred to the Attorney General, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forex transfer with verified import data. The Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. At home, domestic debt market has rebounded. Treasury bill have dropped by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid $20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bonds coupons, restoring trust and market liquidity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond prices are up by 17%, yield down by 300 basis points, and investor confidence is back. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has entered a new era of debt sustainability, anchored on discipline, transparency, and fiscal sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an update on sovereign credit ratings. Right Honorable Speaker, all three major international rating agencies have upgraded Ghana's, affirming new faith in our macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to CAA1. And Mr. Speaker, in November, a couple of weeks ago, S&P also upgraded Ghana to B-/B. The Speaker, together, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the central bank and the governor. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%, driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. Mr. Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35%, reflecting sound fiscal and monetary policy management. Right Honorable Speaker, this stability lowered debt costs and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Pulse oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firms reserves, and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. So, Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. The Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right Honorable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the city is stronger, and growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of a 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. Speaker, the second is to mobilize domestic resource through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy. Speaker, will promote value for money and rationalize spending, ensuring that every city delivers value for citizens whilst eliminating leakages and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health and social protection to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, our monetary and exchange rate strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong and confidence high, and that will be our monetary and exchange rate strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will stay data-driven and cautious, holding inflation within the targeted band of 8 ±2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, Central Bank is doing a good job. Right, Honorable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic target for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. So, Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 ±2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. So, Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And right, Honorable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right, Honorable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum. Real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% ±2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, revenue and grant are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push infrastructure program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from Senate transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. The Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, up from 251.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Primary expenditure stands at 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDS. Right Honourable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push Infrastructure Program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for road development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right Honourable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. So, Speaker, on a cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. The Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended disbursement, expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. The Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. The Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. The Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. The Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. The Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives. Right Honourable Speaker, the choices we made in 2025 have restored macroeconomic stability, built trust in our fiscal institutions, and rekindled the hope of our country. The task before us now is to turn that stability into sustained progress and to make growth felt in every home, every community, and every enterprise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking plan to consolidate the gains, accelerate transformation, and secure prosperity for all Ghanaians. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honourable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget structural reforms and key policy initiatives that will drive this transformation, each one designed to deliver tangible results, reduce the cost of living, empower businesses, and create decent jobs. First, on the fiscal policy measures and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. Our focus for 2026 and the medium term is to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable while safeguarding long-term stability. Mr. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures underpinned by transparency and accountability. The Speaker, on the revenue side, government will deepen domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2026 from a projected 15.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, take you to VAT reforms. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system, to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, after months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of a modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right, Honorable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of Get Fund and National Health Insurance levies from the VAT tax base. So, Speaker, we will abolish VAT on recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promise to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by 5% as a result of subjecting Get Fund and annual levies to input-output deductibility for businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. Give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in real terms from 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2015 to approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in recurrent values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honorable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. So, Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. So, Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. So, Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated a VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. The Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. The Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expansion, and to create more jobs. The Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. The Speaker, the measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. The third, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. Mr. Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in Ghana's value-added tax administration. They will make compliance easier for businesses, strengthen revenue mobilization, and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority will roll out a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign to ensure a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. Mr. Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong, fairer foundation for national development. Right Honourable Speaker, beyond the VAT, government will, ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act, to align them with global best practices, promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages at the port. Right Honourable Speaker, significant leakages at our port continue to undermine revenue mobilization. A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right Honourable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmark funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Speaker, every cedi saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and deliver tangible benefit for Ghanaians. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we will contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. The Speaker will rationalize earmark funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen social protection system by safeguarding allocation to LEAP. The Speaker will prioritize capital investment in infrastructure, particularly in area of Big Push. Right Honourable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we'll pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General, aided by EY and PwC. Right Honourable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of Revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right Honourable Speaker, together, these measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right Honourable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time. trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right Honourable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts, and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right Honourable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This will allow a portion of the petroleum fund to be invested in commercial viable domestic energy projects, such as gas and power infrastructure, that would drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reform follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earned earns real value. Right Honourable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment, from idle reserves abroad to energy that powers Ghana's future. Speaker, that is the way we are going to go. Our oil wealth must not sit idle. It must build, and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and reforms in 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, 2026 marks a new phase in Ghana's public debt management, one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shifts to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguards sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honourable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothing the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to key policy initiatives in the 2026 budget across sectors. Right Honourable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and creates jobs. Through bold reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity from 240 to 270 million standard cubic feet per day, while Jubilee and 10 field partners now supply about 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. Mr. Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. Right Honourable Speaker, new agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. Mr. Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right Honourable Speaker, in the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. So, Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of a 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025, almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms have already secured over $3.5 billion in new investment commitment. This includes a $2 billion United States framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells, and a $1.5 billion United States memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, this new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology, and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right Honourable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Forson Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right Honourable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive, transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right Honourable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydroelectronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to agricultural sector initiatives. Right Honourable Speaker, agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and youth and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, dynamic hubs where production, processing, and distribution happens around the clock. Mr. Speaker, this is how we will feed our people, provide raw materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honourable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. Mr. Speaker, government is launching the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honourable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure, and full environmental compliance. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Mr. Speaker, we are putting together a $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window. Mr. Speaker, oil palm plantation development requires patience and long-term capital and not short-term loans. To meet these needs, government is establishing $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable, job-creating ventures. Right, Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will access improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support, research, financing, backed by smallholder support fund for women and youth to enter into this function. So, Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority will regulate production, whilst OPRI develops the high-yield varieties. A tax stamp regime for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. So, Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industrialization, rural transformation, and shared prosperity. Ghana has the land. We have the people. This adds the vision. This adds the vision to turn every palm planted into a lasting prosperity. So, Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agricultural mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. So, Speaker, these machineries will include the following. So, Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, 200 mini tractor cultivators, 200 mini tractor plows, 200 mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor catabars. Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 463 disc plows. Right, Honorable Speaker, 204 disc plows, 330 16 disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104 row precision seed drills, 106 row precision seed drills, 132 row pneumatic seed drills, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters, and Mr. Speaker, will also provide 25 soil header for combined harvesters. Right, Honorable Speaker, our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. With this investment, we are returning the favor. giving them the tools, technology, and support to carry the nation into a future of food security and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation, it is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis to Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase and store the excess food to protect the investment and income of our cherished food, crops and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basics to secondary schools to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stocks Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I will now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at the equivalent of 10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all regions, guided by economic returns, equity, and alignment with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by May 2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right, Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear: connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right, Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative projects have been added to the Big Push. Mr. Speaker, they are the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the Achi-Amamfrom-Adoso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push infrastructure program is Ghana's Kumasi, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project, Ghana's first modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway, stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region through the Greater Accra and Eastern region, linking the south to the north. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. So, Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route, powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Odan, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtre, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Isaman Kese, Achem Odan, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtre, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will include 4 service areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right, Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll lane plaza, the Accra mainline toll plaza and the Kumasi mainline toll plaza will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will open up our dear country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Adoso Echiaman Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the farm prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. So, Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. Mr. Speaker, it is about connecting opportunities, linking people and markets so that growth is not confined to few cities, but shared across the entire country. Right, Honorable Speaker, through the Big Push, we are proving that Ghana can build its way into prosperity, one road, one bridge at a time. Mr. Speaker, this is the era of infrastructure. Ghana will not only build to recover, but will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani Airport, construct a new airport at Bogatanga, build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between the Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring full transparency and land transparency and speed to land transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files, corruption, and disputes. Mr. Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission, working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. Mr. Speaker, this will integrate land, planning, and property data on one secure platform. Mr. Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. Land will no longer be a source of conflict, but a foundation for shared prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana is also protecting Ghana's forest. Government is also protecting Ghana's forests, rivers, and minerals wealth.